Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I do have a kick-ass immune system, but you never know.
You do know that you cursed
Oh
yourself.
yes, I
and
know.
Now
I'll be
you're
sick
gonna
tomorrow.
Get the worst illness you've ever
I
had.
will be sick tomorrow.
It was kind of like during COVID time.
So
Yeah.
Tina Turner passed away. We think maybe Jimmy Carter next, and then Bubba. That'll be the three.
No, it's not what I said
That's a
at
good
all.
three, though. If Bubba was going to be in with two others,
With a former president
president, one of the greatest female rock
Queen of
stars
rock and roll,
of
man.
all time, and Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
It's interesting to see where Anna runs her levels compared to where I run my levels. I'm not saying she's wrong and I'm right. Just don't maybe know if she reads the VU meters as technically as I do. I don't know.
Probably not.
Your goal is 0, buddy.
And my mic, we were talking to Andy about it. He switched my mic arm finally. I've been pitching, for how long about that thing?
It's great.
Yeah, wow.
And don't you think this looks better?
Way better.
Than an arm coming in from and not covering half my face looks better than, an arm coming in like that.
I agree 100%.
So, secondly, go ahead, Dan. I'm sorry.
Can we go back a little bit?
Can I get an overnight John Kosteka $50 on the Venmo?
Oh, yeah, hold on. I think we had a couple of, and I also think Rainey, did Rainey give in the after hours? I thought I saw a couple updates, but I could be wrong.
She gave
2 days ago?
No, she gave yesterday during the show.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Rainey.
Dan, before you get into what you're going to talk about, I kind of know what you're going to talk about. I'm going to predict it, but not quite yet. But anyway, does my mic sound a little
different,
flatter, or a little less crisp?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it sounds a little muffled, if you will.
Oh.
So, I think I probably know why. Hold on.
Oh, is it my fault?
No, well, maybe potentially.
Oh. I didn't use it.
But did you put
AIDS.
Did you?
It sounds different.
There it's better. There it's better. I think.
Was it loose?
I even twisted it up real tight.
No, but see, you don't know that. See, hold on.
Made sure it snapped in the back.
I'm going to show you. If you cannot see this part of the mic right here with the windscreen over it.
Okay.
Well, if you I talk directly and the side of the mic. Well, if you see this little piece of metal right there, if that metal is against where my lips are,
it muffles.
Then it muffles. But if my lips are where the screen, so you got to feel it. You got to like you're almost. You know how with your guy, sometimes you just got to just rub the very tip.
Yeah.
To kind of get there. Well, when your tip's in the wrong,
Yeah, it's when it's in the wrong spot, things go awry.
When they're rubbing the wrong side of the tip, then it's like, oh no.
Yes.
So I think my mic's okay now. You didn't. It's a thing you would never know unless I told you, and I never told you, so I just told you. So
now we'll know forever.
Did I miss the memo on the Planet Dan T-shirt?
I know.
Jesus God.
We're just so happy.
Did I miss the memo? Everybody.
We're on the same page.
We're trying to exercise.
No, don't tell me, Rhett. Does Rhett have? If Rhett, Macho Man only has
tank tops. Yeah. Is there a Planet Dan tank top?
Yeah, you missed mine in the meeting this morning. Me and Lummy were matching when we walked in there.
Stanley the Sniper 20 on the Cash App.
I can't
so
tell
you have
for real or not.
No, he better not be lying to me. Do you have a Planet Dan shirt on or no?
No, I'm just joking. I don't.
Oh.
You're not good at being.
I missed the memo too.
Yeah. So, by the way, there's only about 8 Planet Dan shirts left. Lummy, if you could send me the website, the merch website. I think the merch crick's up there as we speak, working on filling tumblers. And the new university shirts are in. The ones that
Those are the best.
The ones that we sold out.
Heather Gray.
They're in. And then Anna, I think maybe the Razorback girls tank tops might be.
Ooh.
She might have did a very limited supply of those too.
Those are really nice.
Are they unisex?
If you get the size.
Look like
Dan, I think with you, buddy, everything's unisex.
You probably get a large.
I mean, I think you are one of the very few men that could wear girl stuff and not get clowned.
Right.
Well, maybe not, but I'm just saying.
With the pink emblem, maybe.
Anyway, this is the new.
God, look at that model.
Well, look at your work is what you meant to say.
Yeah.
She looks awesome.
Look at my work. Can you imagine if you look at a hot chick who's got a nice set of jugs, Dan really can say, God, I'm the man. I mean, for real.
It's a very strong fitting.
It's a very also good representation on what you do.
Thank you.
Right?
Yes.
So those are in. I don't know where the 30-ounce tumblers are. God, this site's got so many things on it. Let me see.
I think it's toward the top right there. Go back down a little bit.
Right, all right, down.
Right. Keep going.
Here. All right, yeah.
In the green.
No, that's a skinny can core. Yeah. Right there in the middle, next to go down.
She needs to reposition those. She needs to reposition those so that those are at the very top. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But below the baby onesie and, the new QR code sticker.
Categorized a little.
Come on, Crick, if you can hear me, you should make our newest items.
Where the can koozie is, pretty much?
Yeah, like it should be Planet Dan, which is a new item, which we don't have very many left of. Then the retro Bubba Army shirt. And then the ladies' Razorback tee. And then the new 30-ounce, 20 and 30-ounce koozies. And I don't know if that's necessarily the best pick. Oh, I guess there's other picks of them. There you go. There you go.
That's better.
There you go.
Like the gold.
What I would say, though, Merch Crick, if you're listening to me, this should be the thumbnail. Like, not the far away shot on the bar. I don't think.
Well, it shows a sig.
Hold on.
Clems.
Like, that doesn't look very appealing to me. If it's my thumb clip, a lot of people, like porn and other things.
Never get past the thumb clip.
A lot of times, if the thumb clip's stupid, I don't get past it. I mean, you're going to have to tell me that you all are the same way.
Yes.
The thumb clip, gets you in or not.
Yes.
This should be the thumbprint on that. Now she picked the thumbprint perfect on this.
Yeah. In fact, the whole site should just be that picture.
Well, that. But your thumbprint. Let's look at the retro Bubba Army. Let me see here. Trying to see the thumbprint on that.
Did you take those pictures of her?
No, I don't know who did. I think maybe I did. I don't know. Anyway, Crick, check your thumb. Hey, Crick, check your prints, and maybe consider redoing the tumbler one. But anyway, Lummy, the tumbler on the 20 and the 30 ounce are both available. The insulated Arctic tumblers, which everybody here, I don't know if Dan uses his ever.
I do all the time, especially when I get smoothies. Keeps them cold.
God.
Smoothies.
You take the smoothie from the styrofoam cup and pour it into your Bubba Army insulated Willie?
No, I have a Mexican-made smoothie, and I enjoy it.
Oh, you mean your wife makes you a smoothie?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, nice.
And you'll say, put it in my insulation Willie?
Yes.
Nice.
Sometimes with the metal straw.
All right. So go to Bubba Army store.com. Bubba Army, is it BubbaArmyShop.com?
Yes.
I know we were having problems with one of them. I think BubbaArmyMerch.com, we were having problems.
Well, that's what I typed in, and it redirected me to Bubba Army Store.
See, so just go to BubbaArmyStore.com because right now we're having problems with BubbaArmyMerch.com. Anyway, yesterday, first of all, I have good news and bad news.
Well, first of all, how are you feeling today?
Better, but I still got I'm still losing my voice, as you can tell. My voice
way
is
better than it was a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. But no, I've progressively gotten better. I have used your honey regiment, and I'm taking antibiotics, and I'm taking far less than you told me.
Good.
This is what I'm taking.
Far less than you told me.
Yeah, far less than I told you that you flipped out on, saying I'm going to get some type of molecular, buildup.
Bacterial problems.
I'm taking 3 total. This is daily. 3 amoxicillin 500s and 3 dioxycyclines or whatever.
Doxycycline?
Yeah.
3. That's good.
That's all I'm taking.
That's fine.
3 and 3.
Because doxycycline is good for community-acquired pneumonia, and the amoxicillin is good for the upper respiratory infection.
So and then I got a little inhaler that my mom gave me. It's not even mine; it's hers.
Nice.
But she had bronchitis, and I've been hitting that a little bit, and it seems to be working. So, anyway, why I didn't come in yesterday is because I couldn't get to sleep on Wednesday night. And so I didn't get to sleep. Literally, I was tossing and turning. I even had my sleep meds.
I was going to ask.
I had everything.
Did you have the ante?
Well,
because that's a dangerous game.
At 2 in the morning, I finally determined that I can't go to work. I haven't been to sleep. I haven't been to sleep all night.
Right.
And
not 1 second.
Not 1 second. And I got a bunch of these sleep meds that could kick in at any time, and I literally be like, I'm on the air 1 minute, and then I'd be like,
and it's not something you can really power through at a certain point.
So, Bubba, you took all your sleep medicine, it just didn't work?
Yeah, for some reason. No, it worked. It worked last night. It worked. I think there's a reason why, but I'll have to talk to you about it off the air.
Okay. Did you get a colonoscopy?
Not yet, but I'm
upcoming. In
I thought
June
that's what
14th.
happened. I thought that like beat you up. You got dehydrated. You
No.
didn't feel well. You were super tired, and that's why you.
no.
So it was just pure fatigue.
So I missed yesterday's show.
And by the way, the intro today, before we get too far
You
away
mean you're
from
talking
it,
about the previous?
the previous? Yeah. What a dick.
Yeah, I think I need to talk to him about saying if. See, first of all,
I tried to backpedal.
Yes, Anna did.
I tried.
Brian just went, full forward with it.
so
Put the gas down.
I need everybody, and I'm on Kick, and I think I'm on Rumble, and I think I'm on the live Bubba Army, the YouTube channel at the Bubba Army. So there's actually 3 ways right now that you could be watching us visually, and that enables you to have a chat back to us where we can kind of immediately find out what you're thinking, because all 3 forums chat on Kick, chat on Rumble, and chat on YouTube. All, they can tell you what they think. You can kind of get an immediate feedback of people, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to make sure. Yeah, there we go. There's my YouTube.
I have all 3 up.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got good vibes from the show yesterday on the things that I heard, but I didn't hear this. Let me play this again real fast. Stand by.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I do have a kick-ass immune system, but you never know.
You do know that you cursed
Oh,
yourself.
yes, I
though.
know.
Now
I'll be
you're
sick
gonna
tomorrow.
Get the worst illness you've ever
I
had.
will be sick tomorrow.
It was kind of like during COVID time.
So
Yeah.
Tina Turner passed away. We think maybe Jimmy Carter next, and then Bubba. That'll be the 3.
No, it's not what I said
That's a
at
good
all.
3, though. If Bubba was going to be in with 2 others,
With a former president
former president, one of the greatest female rock
Queen of
stars
rock and roll,
of
man.
all time, and Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Now,
Straight dick.
was he that way the entire show? And I need everybody now. Don't everybody cover his ass, because I'll tell you what. If don't lie to me, because I will listen to the entire show. So, was he just because I wasn't here? Was he just Johnny trying to be Spice Boy Light and counter everything? Because the few indicators or the few breaks that I heard, you guys had a really good flow to the point where this is going to piss some people off, where I was thinking about taking less time off or giving you guys less time off and me taking as much time off as I was regularly going to do and have you guys start doing best of shows. They're far more controllable than what Lummy puts out and gets us in less trouble. And it's
You mean do live shows, not best ofs?
Best of.
Instead of
I'm sorry.
best of.
Bubba's Gone shows,
Okay.
meaning Anna hosts and Dan or Babyface is here in here as well. So hold on,
What's going on here?
yeah.
$1.
My headphones were tangled up, which is a big pet peeve of mine. So I was thinking, man, yesterday, from what I heard, sounded pretty good. But if that's the best of previously on, I only listened literally to about 3 breaks. And you guys sounded pretty damn good. I'm like, maybe, Now, no, I know, Anna, this is going to be a little bit of a problem because you may have scheduled stuff on days that we have off. And we were going to go through that nonetheless. But I probably need to get a pretty good opinion. Not you, Dan, because I don't think your opinion counts because you hate Brian. Brian could literally be saying, like, Bubba's the best ever, and you'd find something wrong with it because you're my boyfriend.
I actually like Brian. I just like to defend you. I don't like to make jokes at your expense.
So
I really try not to.
Lummy,
Yes.
what is chat? Was Babyface good? Was he overly negative? Was he schmarmy? Was he good? So, like, if I was to take a Wednesday or a Thursday off, Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays, obviously it would be you, Dan, based on your availability if I was gone.
Yes.
Obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Those are your days.
And I'm trying to be available in all of them.
I know. and I'm trying to have you give me a list of the days that you can't be available.
Okay.
And without causing your complete world to melt. Like,
It's
like
Teflon, bro.
Well, no, it's not. So shut up.
It's wax.
It's no. Your world
like surf
is
wax.
your world is smoke and mirrors at best. Okay, so don't act like your world's Johnny Concrete. It's just so goddamn solid that nothing can flap your world up because your world is smoke and mirrors at best. You're always walking on eggshells. There's always 40 fires you're putting out. There's always 6 people. There's always at least 6 people that hate you. You got people quitting. It's just it's a complete dumpster fire at all times.
Wow.
You just manage it pretty well.
We had a phone in the freezer conversation that lasted almost 2 hours this week.
Hold on. Tell me the parties involved.
Steve, Dan, Jay, Pity. It was a throwdown.
Really?
Yeah, we figured it out, but it was...
No, I wasn't in trouble, was I?
No. It was internal.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. We figured it.
So anyway, my first question being, and I need to go ask chat first, Lummy. Are you monitoring chat?
Yes, I am.
I am.
It's about a 50-50 on all 3 platforms.
What's Lummy? What now?
A 50-50 on all 3 platforms.
Right.
It's like Babyface was great, and then it's like I hate him.
Or Babyface is smarmy. Babyface was being himself, just a dick.
Love him.
Yep.
It's
Now-
hard to tell.
With all due respect to Babyface, I just an observation I had.
Yeah, I'd like
based
to have
off
it,
of reading
please.
chat
Ask
yesterday.
Macho, too.
I think
Oh, yeah, I wasn't listening to the show. I was wiring a bunch of stuff up. Oh, yeah, we got a lot of wiring.
I think he was the same Brian as usual, but I do think he went a little hard in the paint after he saw people in chat saying he's the only reason they haven't changed the channel yet.
Yeah, yes, I would agree with.
So I
Rhett
think
on that one.
after he saw that, he committed.
Yeah, there's like
Okay.
2-3 people that came in.
So
and
he's
said
saying he was good, but then once a couple people rubbed his belly,
that chat cancer.
then he started becoming a mark for himself.
He had to single-handedly save the show. Yeah.
Well, that's called being a mark for yourself. And that comes in different forms. But if you're a mark for yourself, then that's what happens.
I would love to hear Macho's opinion.
Well, I was doing tricep and I was supersetting back yesterday, which couldn't make me listen to the show. Yeah. Oh yeah. Dig it.
My traps are so big I can't hear.
Yeah. Hold on. My traps
Blocking
are
my
so
ears.
big. It causes me cauliflower ear. Yeah. Oh yeah. Macho Man. What do you think about Babyface's appearance yesterday? Oh, you're not supposed to come to me. I'm not an air personality.
He's talking. He may not be up.
Oh, hold on. All right, go ahead.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
You're the one that makes all these changes
You
here.
make me sound great.
All right, anyway, what do you think?
If you take off, I'm taking off. It could be the Anna and Babyface show, to be honest.
Really?
Not a fan.
He does not like Babyface.
Oh, you're not a fan?
No, they went on this rant for like 20 minutes. I was so lost.
Perfect.
It wasn't Anna's fault.
Thank you.
Oh, honestly, just when you thought maybe, and then he comes in and pulls the nose up on the deal.
Appreciate
Thank you. Well, phone lines are blowed up.
They want to probably give their opinion on Babyface.
Yeah, 813-90 Bubba. Lummy, you and Anna continue to monitor chat.
Yep.
For updates. Hello.
Hey, I got a quick medical question for Dan.
Jesus, we're not even talking about that right now.
I called in before you guys got on this rant. Anyway,
Is this
it's
Stanley?
just real quick.
Is this Stanley? The sniper?
Yeah. My mom wants to start taking Ozempic, but she only has one kidney, and she read that it puts a lot of work on your kidneys. So should she be taking it?
Probably not.
Okay.
That's probably one Dan's going to say no to. Thanks. By the way, 8888 48 and Diacos if you'd like to get on Ozempic, and it works.
John McGrew, 20 on the Venmo, and FTE Hall of Famer, Scout Big Gulp, 25 on
And
the
what
Venmo.
were there? And what's Scout and Big Gulp's opinion of Babyface? That would be kind of interesting because they live a little outside the box. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Ryan from New York.
Hi, Ryan.
What's going on? Can't stand Babyface. I know people who tuned out. The guy's a pompous, you know what. I want to know how much it will be to snipe him from the show completely each appearance. I'll go 250 to start it out. Let's go. Let's get the bidding up. I can't stand this guy. Guys, I'm in the gym doing some macho bench presses, but get this guy out. He's only good on that Brent show. Talk to you guys later.
Bye. So he's saying that Brian's only good on the Brent show, and that's when it's got me in there traffic copping.
Right.
Yeah, that's a lot. Other people have said that too in chat.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Bruh, the show was fantastic. The show was fantastic. When I first heard you was out, I was kind of disappointed. But they pulled it off. I think a lot of those guys taking on Babyface are probably conservative guys. Didn't want to hear his DeSantis talk and whatnot. But it was a great show. I was entertained. The entire show was fantastic.
But hold on. I don't care about Babyface's political affiliation because he's, he makes his opinions are somewhat sensible, and he's kind of more libertarian than he is liberal. But that being said, was it a constant knock on me? I mean, like
no.
Okay,
because that Jimmy Carter deal, it was over.
Okay, all right.
They went on talking about topics and honest and little thing. It was a great show.
Okay,
Thank you. Spent a quarter of a segment talking about you. Then they moved on. I mean,
all right. I didn't hear it. That's why I'm going to the people before
I was very entertained.
Thank you for calling in.
With the job the guys did yesterday, I really appreciate it. It was a Dan level, but it was fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you
Hall
very
of
much.
Famer Scout Big Gulp says they like Babyface, and then we have Chris Spearman on the Cash App. Babyface is annoying as hell. $25.
It's literally like polar opposites.
So
it's not Dan quality, but
I mean, what can be Dan quality?
So anyway, Anna, that being said, I'm supposed to be. I gave everybody off Wednesday the 14th. Now I don't know if you scheduled something on that day.
Nope,
you didn't.
I did not.
So because I felt you really kept the show moving along pretty good, and I think that I have no problems with you and your hosting abilities. I just think that Babyface was a little much at times, but that being said, it looks like it's at least 50-50, and even on our best show, I mean, Dan, you're 50-50, I'm 50-50, we're all polarizing.
Yes,
except for Lummy. They all love Lummy because they always like the dumb one.
It's hard not to like Lummy.
It's hard to hate. Like, for instance, on our football team, how could you ever not like Corbin and Gronk?
Right.
Right? Corbin and Gronk.
Right.
The two big lumbering guys.
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
It's hard to hate someone you feel sorry for.
Yeah, like Danny, like your son, and then was it my one little wide receiver guy,
Liam.
And our quarterback.
Yeah,
First of all, I love both of those kids, but those kids, you could see where you could not like those kids,
right?
Because Danny's got a little bit of a mouth on him, and they're a little got some sweat. But Gronk and Coben, they're like, you could not hate those two kids.
No, they're great kids.
So Lummy's the same way. Look at him. Hi, everybody, with my slow sign. Hi. So if Babyface rates out at least 50%, and by what I can see is it looks like it's 50%, then I think we could use Babyface on days that I'm going to be gone. Now, first right of refusal would be Dan, but Dan can never do Wednesdays or Thursdays because those are his big surgery days.
The hell's I can't.
Well,
oh my God.
Well, Dan on Wednesday the 14th, I'm going to be gone.
In.
Okay. All right.
I'll move things around. I don't have football. We can do whatever we want.
Well, Bubba, just so you know, you have scheduled Brian in, I think.
No, I got him on all Thursdays.
Okay.
Brian, but that's with me.
Okay, I got
That's with me.
Gotcha.
It's a different dynamic with that with Anna.
There's a little bit of a caveat here for me. So June 14th.
Hold on. Are you saying I refuse to work with
oh, no. It has nothing to do with the staff.
All right.
So June 14th, I'm totally good to work. I'm happy to host.
Perfect.
But June 15th.
No, I got you already.
I'm on a plane, bitch.
I already got you as Anna gone.
Okay, good.
Like I got you on my list, Anna gone.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. And no problem.
Okay, thank you.
So the other days, well, that's the only day, Lummy, that's the only day that's in the immediate future. I'll have to look at other things.
Yeah, I think the only other times is obviously the 4th of July.
So we're gonna work on. Well, that'll be when I be gone too. So that's a show. That's our show vacations. So the 3rd, 4th, and 5th does not change. Okay.
Yep.
That does not change. Let me see. It looks like we don't have anything in August. If I'm wrong, correct me.
Stand by.
Stanley the Sniper, $20 in the Cash App, said Babyface had his own snipe. Prerogative of $500.
September, we got 1 and 4. That doesn't change.
Okay, great.
So wait, 3rd and 4th of July, you're off? 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
Yeah. 3rd,
Okay.
4th, and 5th.
All right, cool.
Yes. So, and then nothing in August. And then the 1st and the 4th in September. By the way, these are dates that I'm telling you that don't change. Okay. The 12th and 13th don't change. And
Of October.
And I think you had something planned for that. And that's it. That's it. That's really the only thing that changes is my colonoscopy day.
Okay. Fantastic.
So there you go, Anna.
And that's the June 14th day is your colonoscopy?
Yep. So I need you. You said you wanted to do it.
Sure, I'll do it.
Because you got first right of refusal over Brian.
Thank you.
But it looks like, I can, if I am sick or something like that, like I was yesterday, then I can, Anna can roll up in here and guest it up.
All right.
And if I have an advance notice, I can have one of the boys in here. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, this is Adam in Charleston.
Doesn't my mic look so much better over here? God dang.
It does.
I got a boner on the deal. Hello, buddy.
See, I called to show you. I've been a listener for a couple of years, ever since I moved to Charleston. Anna really handled that show, man. Like, as soon as Babyface was trying to take it over, she clicked right back on it. And after that little spat they had, like, he kind of knew his place after that. So Anna really did a good job.
I also think it's going to make Anna a better host. I mean,
yeah, more reps. Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I really do. I really think it's going to, really just, accelerate Anna's, logical radio progress.
Definitely, guys. You guys are entertaining, man. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. You got anything over there, Lummy?
The Stanley the Sniper 25.
Stanley the Sniper is your last one?
Yes.
Hello, who's this?
Mountain Bike Jim.
$9,000 mountain bike Jim, yes.
Hey, Bubba, I got to tell you, you cannot take anything away from Anna's enthusiasm. I mean, she was rolling. I mean, just on
and not on drugs.
Talking.
Thank you.
Yeah. But I mean, her passion, and I think she's come out. She's evolved so much under your tutelage, and it was a great show. And I agree with the last caller that as soon as Brian would start, she'd kind of reel things back in and keep it focused, keep it moving along. And,
good.
It keeps her on her toes. One other thing, Bubba. I tried the coconut oil. Badass.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you're not on the coconut oil, you're like 3 years behind, buddy. It is.
Well,
it gets hot. It gets hot. It gets a little gritty. It's nice.
The wife was not game for it, but she's like, okay, keep it in the bedroom.
Well, I mean, you can also cook with it, as well. I mean,
I was cooking with it, Bubba. That's for sure.
All right, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
And if you're going to buy your coconut oil, go on our Amazon page and get it from there.
Yeah, we need to get that out more.
Mm-hmm.
Amazon. No, it's Amazon.thebubbaarmy.com, right?
Correct.
Could probably use that coconut oil to grease up that bike chain as well.
Yeah.
Right.
We've currently sold 18 penis pumps.
Have we really?
18.
No
Yes.
way.
Awesome.
Lummy, for real?
Yeah.
What else have we sold? Lummy, how can I go in and check the number? Will you teach me how to go in and check the numbers?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. We've sold 18 penis pumps?
Yeah.
Now, can you imagine how many Presto pizza makers we would have sold?
Probably hundreds.
Hundreds.
Hundreds. And imagine if you were doing this before, how many penis pumps you would have sold in the last, 6 months.
Yeah, because we're only on 7 days so far.
Yeah. Because a penis pump, the penis pump
Every man
thing,
should have one.
Well, not only that, but like the penis pump thing, they really probably they probably were really, really selling them when we first started talking about them. That day after when we both came in and we all came in and reported, be like, man, a lot of shows won't talk about the fact that they penis pump, but every one of us dudes got a penis pump, and we pumped.
And it looks like 2 people are getting on your pill regiments because I see a lot of those are 2.
Oh, yeah.
Your digestive gummies and.
Hello.
Bubba.
Yeah.
T-shirt Will.
Hi, T-shirt Will.
How you doing, brother?
Good.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Hey, can I ask Dr. Dan a question real quick?
Sure.
Dr. Dan, my wife gives me testosterone injections once every 2 weeks, and when she puts it in my butt cheek, the needle leaves after the next day. I'll get like a hard sore spot.
You'll get like a hematoma.
It's not bruised. There's no color to it. It's just really sore.
It's a knot. It's a super big knot.
Yes.
Can I take the first swing at this, Dan?
Please.
And then you tell me, then you come in with a real doctor's deal, because having Dan on the air for over 20 years and a urologist on the air and a lawyer on the air, I've become an unofficial lawyer and doctor and urologist and family lawyer as well.
Absolutely.
First of all,
you learned how to even do rectal exams. You're awesome.
What gauge needle are you using?
23 inch and a half.
What? I would go down to a 21. It's a little thick. I'd go to a 21 inch and a half, and you may not be going deep enough. You got to go deep, and then once she shoots. What do you take it, a CC?
Yeah.
Once she shoots, first of all, she needs to shoot the CC slowly. Secondly, as soon as she have an alcohol swab ready to go, as soon as she pulls it out, she needs to put the alcohol swab on the injection area and an extreme amount of pressure for about 2 minutes, and kind of even in a swirling type motion, trying to get, a ton of pressure with a swirling type motion. So I would say instead of a 23 gauge, I'd go to a 21 gauge, inch and a half with an extreme amount of pressure, 2 to 3 minutes after the injection on the injection site. Dan?
Noted.
Dan, well, that's my suggestion, and I'm not a doctor. Now let's throw it over to the doctor.
I agree. You have to get in the muscle. You have to alcohol first, and then, like you said afterwards, putting pressure on it and kind of massaging it a little bit for a minute or two is helpful to prevent bleeding and to spread it around so you don't get that knot. So I agree, Bubba.
And it's going to be
Dr. Bubba.
21 gauge is a little thicker. May hurt just a tad little more.
Why do you suggest a larger needle? I don't understand that.
Because testosterone is so thick that it's tough to go through a 23 gauge, and she's keeping the needle in there longer. She's not getting as much out.
You think that she's like micro shaking as she's injecting, and the tip of the needle's cutting more muscle? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep. And so that's because that's always the gauge that we've always used. Me and the boys who shoot steroids. So I think 21 gauge, inch and a half, deep, and then once you get it out, once she pulls it out, alcohol swab on the injection site with an extreme amount of pressure, like as hard as she can push, while massaging it around for about 2 minutes, and alternate cheeks. Don't do the same, right cheek on.
We alternate.
Yeah. And don't go to the thigh, because the thigh. Oh my God!
I did that once. Oh my God, that was a huge mistake.
Yeah, no thigh.
I will never do that again.
Ass, buttocks only.
What? It just hurts really bad.
Because your thigh's got so much more muscle in it than your ass does.
Walk.
Oh yeah.
It hurts so bad.
All right, Will. There are your steroid suggestions.
Joe Thomas, 20 on the cash app, babyface of the deck.
Tell your wife to steady them hands.
Hello. Yeah, and by the way, wash your hands and prep the injection site with alcohol.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. And draw. I should have told him another one, Dan. Draw the testosterone with an 18 gauge and shoot with a 21.
Always change rigs.
I guarantee you, she's drawing with the 23
and put that dull needle in there.
Yeah, and as soon as you go through that rubber into that vial, you're 50% less sharp.
At least.
And then when you go into the ash, you're a 20. That needle. If you had a new needle on there, would probably be 50 to 60% sharper than the one she's blow darting your ass with. Hello. Draw with a 16 or an 18 with an 18, and it comes out faster too. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Bubba, I might be a little bit off topic, but I just wanted to say it's Memorial Day weekend. I was at the country store butcher shop down in Pasadena.
Yep.
And I was able to scoop up some of your buffalo chicken dip.
Yeah. Now, by the way, that place, it's called the Bayway Isles Butcher Shop.
It's It's one of the best. I love
Bayway
that place.
Country Store. They are the only place, them and Mike's Pizza, that actually have my original recipe.
And your man sauce.
And so they are the like Publix reverse engineered my chicken dip and made their own. Publix's is similar but not quite like the way it's originally was made, and those only two people are Mike's Pizza and Bayway Country Store.
Well, one more thing I wanted to say, Anna and everybody did really good yesterday. I didn't like Babyface, a little too argumentative, but Anna was able to get him back on track and put him in place. I love you guys. You've been doing great. I'm 30. This is my first time calling in, and I appreciate you taking my call. You guys have a safe and great Memorial Day weekend, brother.
And tell the people at Bayway that you're Bubba Army.
I will let them know. You got it, boss. I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good weekend.
Bye now.
Thank you. So nice.
Dan, I wonder if I should go down to Bayway, and I gave it to him for free, like the recipe for free. I wonder if I should tell them, you have to wrap it with a Bubba Army QR code sticker. Every container that you make.
That wouldn't be unreasonable. I mean, they're still benefiting from your generosity, and I'm
they
sure...
sell the hell, like there's days
Is
where
there a contract?
No, just verbal.
Okay. Well, yeah, you should tack that on.
Listen, I don't want any. I don't want any profits, but can you put a Bubba Army sticker, or at least maybe everybody, or give them, maybe the Bubba Army sticker wouldn't quite fit on the container because it might be, I don't know, but give the cashier a Bubba Army sticker, and anybody that buys a thing of chicken dip has to be given a Bubba Army sticker.
Remember when you made those small stickers, the 1x1s, I think it was, or the 2x2s?
Yeah.
Maybe those would fit on the container.
With a little QR code.
Yeah.
I also think there's a huge market of people who don't know that that's still available out there.
Yeah, I didn't know.
And once they find out, they're going to buy a ton. I'm going to Tennessee to see my dad 4th of July. That weekend we're off. And I was required. They said they will not let me in the door unless I stop by Bayway and get at least 5 tubs of buffalo chicken dip.
Really?
Yeah, it's the only place that has my recipe besides Mike's, and I don't think Mike's is retailing it anymore. I should get a hold of Mike and have him start retailing it again, because I guarantee he'd sell a bunch of it. Yeah, by the way, the buffalo chicken dip that you get at Publix is a ripoff of mine.
I can't believe how they did that. They completely hosed you.
Oh, I know. I could honestly gone, Dan. If that would have gone the way it was going, I'd be richer than your entire family right now.
I know. It was going great for you, man.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's JHM3, Charleston.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, that Tampa Tarpons game, that was on June 30th.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to start promoting that next week.
All right, y'all going to have a link up for that?
Yeah, we have one now.
Where's it at?
Rhett's actually we're making a new video for it, so it will be back on Instagram and everything this weekend.
Yeah, we got a.
So as of now, Lamy, you misspoke. We really don't have one now.
Correct. Well, I mean, correct. Yes.
Yeah.
We talked about it the other day, though.
I was thinking about driving down there from Savannah. Are there any decent cheap hotels around that area?
Well, there's not a cheap hotel in the world right now. But anyway, we could probably. Well, Lummy, let's see if we can get a rate from one of the ones around here somewhere.
Okay. Well, I was saying we made one. We talked about it. It was tarpons.thebubbarmy.com is the website.
Yeah, and it works. It's active.
So anyway, we'll see if we can come up with some hotel stuff too. Okay.
All right, cool. Hey, awesome show yesterday, Anna.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Anna, thank you, for real.
Yeah.
That was last minute Willie.
Thank you for trusting me enough to do it.
And you were like, thank you for giving me a last minute heads up, because had I had a chance to think about it and prepare, it probably wouldn't have been as good.
Yeah.
You would have overthought it.
That's what I said. Yeah. I prefer not knowing in advance.
BubbaArmyMerch.com. Some of the new stuff that we just got put. What do you got here? Oh, okay. Stone crab in Bubba dip, filet mignon, 4 for $29.95.
They advertise the Bubba dip.
They do.
It's on their website.
God, that stuff was so.
It is on the website.
That picture's on their website.
Oh, I don't know if they even do. They have a website of the stuff that they carry?
I'm in there now. Yeah, but it's kind of
hodgepodge.
Yeah.
Rhett, when you go down there, see if you can get the guy in the back, the owner, and tell him that you work for me. how and we're going to start promoting the dip, but we're going to see if we can put some little stickers on there.
Absolutely.
All right,
I'll make
thanks.
sure,
What?
I'll make sure I bring some with me too when I go.
Don't chalk up their behavior to being crazy rednecks.
Yeah, think about that.
They're just totally insane. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I need a monster. You guys need anything in the fridge?
Oh, thank you.
Hey, please, good morning. You too. Love the show. Yeah, we'll be back from. Yeah, thanks. Morning, are you Guatemala? Big Buck from Charleston, good morning. RT2778, good morning. Morning, damn it, man.
Morning, Dark
Keys.
What's up, Group Lips?
J Gator.
Did you block Dark Knight or something?
No, he says that every time. So he said in chat again. Slumpy 62.
He said, good morning, everyone doesn't have me blocked. And someone said, I'll meet you right out of the box.
Yeah, for some reason he says that, because if he says hello, I'm reading the other three chats and he don't say hello back. I guess I blocked him. It's number to
Hey, Mary Guatemala. Good morning.
Jay and Iggy's thing.
Thank you as well. Very good. Titty Buzzy. What do you mean?
Good morning, Jay Bowler. Yeah, Alan. Hall of Fame Grouper Lips.
I'm on PayPal. I ain't got no PayPal. Fucking PayPal. Maybe I do.
Get your tickets. Huh? Oh, I was just asking Dark Knight should get his tickets. mechanics look nice.
Yeah, how you like our new big TV in the back?
I love it. I love all the TVs, dude. It's amazing. It's like a video extravaganza. It's like a stadium.
It's gonna get more. We should have those in the office. You think it may look good in the office? That'd be too much.
Well, I mean, I have a TV in the office, but like a panel of TVs.
Well, like, something like that, like that fucking. Could be too much, lover.
I don't know. I like it.
I mean, I don't think the word "could be too much" is in your vocabulary, to be honest with you.
Except there's a word too much pubic hair.
Well,
you could have that.
Are you still getting Simpic calls?
Yeah, all day. Guess what happened? Did I tell you already? Fucking kills me.
I'm sorry about that.
I know.
You not talk about it?
No, I know.
How many of these can I take before there's problems?
What is it, Motrin? You can take 400 you can take 800 milligrams 3 times a day with food. That's the maximum dose.
Oh.
So 4 pills 3 times a day with food. You're little, you should probably take 3 pills 3 times a day.
Man, Bubba's the best. Brutal honesty. When he gets full hot and just starts reaming on somebody.
They bring it. They don't hold back. They brightens up my day every day. We love you.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
To eat a protein bar about a minute before the show started, and then you start trying to take it, get it all out of your teeth, because when you talk, you can't even have hardly any remnants inside your teeth at all.
It's annoying
It bugs you.
Yeah, it's annoying.
And while you're talking, you're trying to clear your palate.
Yeah,
and it pretty much sucks.
I did the same thing.
John DeLuca, $10 on the Cash App. Dr. Dan is the man.
So we just we're trying to consolidate a bunch of loose ends around here, and we're doing a lot of infrastructure. Like our next gen system is 12 years old, and we're trying to. You can see that we're already adding some televisions and some visual aspects to the studio. I'm working on the podcast set. So there's a lot of they're working on putting a TV behind me. So there's just a lot of things that we're working on right now. And one was we had a very antiquated show at thebubbaarmy.com email system. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And yes, go ahead.
Were you your own server for that?
I don't know. I don't know who is a server. I don't know I don't know. But I know that we've made it better, and maybe we are a server now, or we've changed services, or whatever. I just know that show at thebubbaarmy.com works now. And Brett, does everybody get an email, or are we just going with the show? Like, what are we doing here?
AWS is our host, Amazon Web Services. I think yesterday was just redirecting and kind of cleaning up all the loose ends attached to show at thebubbaarmy.com.
You didn't answer my question.
T-shirt will 20 on the Venmo.
No, we don't all get an email yet.
All right.
Sorry.
Lindsay Scott Funk 25 on the Venmo.
Thank you so much, Lindsay Scott Funk.
Bright Farm Johns Island 50 on the Venmo.
Yesterday was kind of the first step of that process.
All right. So anyway, show at the Bubba Army works like a champ. And eventually we'll probably all have our own emails at the Bubba Army. But that being said, since we completely reset our email, I need all of you to email show at thebubbaarmy.com. And that way we have you in our system because we can do mass emailings. So even if you just email show@thebubbarmy.com and say, hey, it's Jim from, Iowa. Show sucks.
Also, if you go to thebubbaarmy.com, you can sign up for email updates that way as well. It's just a form. You type in your email, and it'll add you to the list.
Sure. That, or just email show@thebubbarmy.com. That way we have you locked in, and we can do mass emailings. Now, that being said, also, a couple things. One, like if you're on the road, some of you truckers, sometimes you guys will see cool stuff, like a guy that's got a Bubba Army sticker on his truck, or a semi that has a pair of Bubba Army mud flaps, or somebody's got a swag kick-ass Turf Tiger 2 motor, zero turn, or whatever. Somebody's working on a Sunbelt deal.
Someone with big jugs wearing a Diaco shirt.
Some chick down on Baywalk's got big jugs wearing a Diaco shirt. Whatever. Anything Bubba Army related that we may like, snap a pic and send it to us. show@thebubbarmy.com, and we'll try to put it up on our Facebook and various Instagram, TikTok, and use your pick. I really like to keep my swag, my skag mower picks coming in. That was going well too. But know that anything that you've ever sent us, or any, of course, we don't have any record of anything. We're starting over brand new. So even if it's just to email us, hi, listen to the show. Love you guys. Just bought my Manscaped Willie with an Omaha Steak kicker. Whatever. Or like when you do get that Omaha Steak package, or you do use Manscaped, or you get a skag mower, or you just went and bought a K&N filter.
Yep.
Or you just went and bought a case of Redline oil. Or you just went and bought an e-bike from Big Mike from Southwest Florida Golf Carts.
He's great. God, I love that
Or
guy.
you know what? You just find yourself walking outside of Tate's Pizza and you take a picture of the Tate's sign. All of that stuff. You're Bubba Army. You know what we like. You know what we endorse. Snap us a pic because we're going to start posting, a lot more of this stuff on various places now that we have an efficient email that we know works and we can monitor. And then eventually we're going to work on getting all you guys, your very own Bubba Army email. Not you guys as in listeners, you guys as in workers. Dan, would you use your Dr. Dan? You know what we like. You know what? Would you use your Dr. Dan email? Probably not.
I have 3 emails, so I'll take a 4th. I emailed the show. It's a test.
Monitor. And then eventually we're going to work on getting all you guys, your very own Bubba Army email. Not you guys. There you go. Thanks. I'm a little off today. And I even took my meds and I'm got a good night's sleep. Just a little off nonetheless.
Involuntary day off.
Yeah. So it's official. I'm a day late. But Ron DeSantis, what was it, Wednesday night, Anna, declared his candidacy for the president of the United States.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people were waiting with bated breath on Twitter for the announcement, which never came correctly.
It's a little glitchy.
Did it crush the internet? Is that what it did?
That's what they're claiming.
Well, there's like 500,000 people on, and they couldn't get it working correctly, and then it dipped down, then it went back up to like 450,000. I actually was watching CNN, and they started jobbing them out around 20 minutes after 6 o'clock, so I turned it on, and it was just dead air. So he looked like a fool, and he wore a clown suit. So I'm not the big DeSantis fan that I was, 6 months ago.
What do you mean the clown suit? When he went on Fox?
The suit he wore looked like it was 4 sizes too big.
Again, but hold on. That's what
I thought it was just audio.
But here's the deal.
No, afterwards.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I got the video. I think you pulled it for me. I think you pulled it yesterday on it and get to it. But anyway, we've been saying all along that he needs to get somebody to do his clothes.
Yeah, it looks silly.
He just
his grandpa suit.
Yeah, like it's just like, Dan, you're a guy that spends the extra $1,000 because you got it, just like he does, to get a suit, and it's probably an extra $1,000 for the customization. mean, right? The suit.
You could get as nice a suit as there is. Literally, like 99% as nice of a suit as there is, fitted to you perfectly for $1,200.
Right.
It's not that much.
But a suit off the rack's $300.
Yeah,
So it's about an extra 9,000. I'm sorry, 8 to 900 to get that customization.
Right, a suit that you'll have for 6 years.
Right. A suit that looks, when a guy looks at you, says, "Man, looks like it's custom." Right?
It looks sharp. Looks like he's got it together. Looks like he's with it. Looks like he cares.
It fits.
It fits.
It's not off the rack.
No.
Ron DeSantis looks like he wears off the rack suits.
That he bought 2 years ago.
Right now, Governor Ron DeSantis just posted a video to Twitter. Let's take a look at what he has.
Our border is a disaster. Crime infests our cities. The federal government makes it harder for families to make ends meet, and the president flounders. But decline is a choice. Success is attainable, and freedom is worth fighting for.
Suit looks horrible. Right?
Atrocious.
As he's walking to the U.S. flag.
Right. And I want to see his back. Why are we looking at his back?
Why
this
wouldn't
is horrible?
Hold on.
I think he addresses though.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it show him walking towards us?
I know.
Was like about to go on
He's
stage.
walking away from Florida. This is the symbolism of him abandoning Florida.
Oh,
God.
Thank you.
Righting the ship requires restoring sanity to our society, normalcy to
out of breath.
He needs to lose 30 pounds and buy a new suit.
Sanity
get some
to our
face
society, normalcy.
Dan.
What? He's got Jerry Lewis's face. He gets fatter and fatter every time I see him. His suits look bigger and bigger every time I see him. He's greasy.
He's stress eating.
And he's annoying the living S out of me because
I think that
he's
seat,
supposed to be.
I think that chair is what brings it. I think that chair just makes you be a dick.
I'm not counter-programming. I'm just saying he has been a floundering disappointment for the last 6 months, and now he's abandoning Florida to try to get his political aspirations, and he's going to get clowned because he is a candle next to the bonfire of Trump on stage. And I'm not saying he's better or worse. I'm just saying that Trump is a supernova, and this guy is a flickering candle, and he's going to get destroyed on that stage.
I disagree.
He did raise the most, $8 million in 24 hours.
I think that he's going to let Trump. He's going to lay back with his Yale and Harvard graduate education, and I think he's going to just let Trump look like the bully tyrant that he is, and he'll have snarky, very quick-witted answers to Trump's outbursts. I think. It's just a prediction. Neither one of us know how it's going to happen yet.
I know, but I think Marco Rubio thought he was going to do that, and I think that Jeb Bush thought he was going to do that. Jeb Bush was well educated.
Neither one of those went to Harvard or Yale.
But it's a record actually. In the first 24 hours, he announced that he raised $8.2 million, which is a record for any presidential
I'm just
candidate.
saying. And then Dan, there comes a point where once the big money and the PACs get behind you, Mickey Mouse could win. I mean, right? It's all.
Mickey Mouse handed him his ass, so I agree.
And integrity to our institutions. Truth must be our foundation, and common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. In Florida, we proved that it can be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination.
His suit looks better facing us than it did walking away. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Although his arms are too big. All this material, Dan, is...
Yeah, it's way too much. No one has arms the size of a thigh.
Indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line.
I like all that.
Look at that. Also, I'm sorry, while we're picking at him, just because it's fun, his tie knot sucks. Look at that tie knot. I mean, he can't even tie his tie.
You want the big fat one?
No, I just want a symmetrical knot. You know what I mean? He's got like a slap together knot that a kid in high school puts on his graduation
party. Did you
party.
put together a better knot?
You see my knots? Every time you see a tie on my neck, it's perfect.
Well, yes, Dr. Dan. That's why you are Dr. Dan.
No, it's not that. If you're going to wear a tie, tie the knot. If you're going to be a big boy as a governor or even a big boy president, tie a big boy knot and wear a big boy suit instead of your grandfather's hand-me-downs.
You done?
Yeah.
Disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. We showed that we can.
Did you see that he passed the law 2 days ago saying that if you're the governor, you can still be the governor and run for president, and if you lose, then you get to be the governor still?
Yep.
Well, yeah, he took back the law he passed.
Yeah.
Right.
And must revitalize America. We need the courage to lead and the strength to win. I'm Ron DeSantis.
It'd be interesting. Anna, is there any news as to how we live in this very much Ron DeSantis bubble, so we don't get near the cross section of what people really think about this guy at all, just based on geographically where we live.
Mm-hmm.
How are the rest of the country responding to this guy?
Well, judging from my very brief time in New York City this last week, no, they don't like him.
Well, but that's New York.
Well, you're asking me a cross section.
Yeah, I'm like, go to Indiana. Like, I'm just saying.
I didn't go to Indiana. I
know,
went to
but
New
I mean,
York.
have you seen any articles or any how other? I mean,
I think it's
not
pretty
from your
divided by party
actual
lines.
physical travels where you were, because you were in a state that
But I try to get like a lay of the land in terms of how the people are thinking and feeling and wherever I am, and I just stay undercover. They don't know I'm amorphous. They don't know if I'm right, I'm left, I'm male, I'm female. I'm a blob.
Is GOP still Trump?
Yeah, he's leading the
most
votes
part.
right now. I think DeSantis is like 30 points down. I think that's what the latest polls were. He's like 30 points down.
30
from Trump.
points down.
I don't know. I don't really pay attention to polls.
DeSantis is the Gavin Newsom of the Republican Party, and so he's that young face that they want to promote. But again, I don't agree with DeSantis's direction these days. He's gotten too cray-cray.
Austin Yeager on the PayPal. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. That's how we keep the show on the air now.
Again, talking to Kevin Hazlett about strategy. Apparently what you're supposed to do when you're trying to collect the nomination for your party is really go hard, right or hard left to really, appease your constituents. And then once you secure the nomination for your party, then you kind of move more to the center.
And you start feathering.
And
That's what Kevin said.
And it looks like a lot of independents like DeSantis.
Yeah,
over Trump.
And I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
Yeah, I will take that guy all day.
Let's not forget, Dan, that he's got Elion too.
And I love Elion. And so, he may do well. I just don't think he will. I think he's going to get disseminated in the debates.
I think he's going to make Trump look like the tyrant that he is.
Is Trump really a tyrant, or is he really a guy that's been cheated, robbed, and stolen from for 7 years?
No, he is.
And bitter about it.
And he is.
And was
just
really,
like me.
Yep.
I mean, I have very much a lot of, Donald Trump about me.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that I've been cheated and robbed and
stolen from
and characterized and stereotyped.
And misquoted and distorted and the whole 9 yards. Yes, I agree, because you and Trump have very similar challenges during your careers. And so it's unfair. It sucks. It's not right.
Bridget Graham, did you miss it, Lummy? Yeah, you did. I just said it.
But DeSantis has created his own problems.
$30 in the Cash App.
And picked his own fights.
I think he did great for 3 years, but when he turned the country over to Fauci...
This is Governor DeSantis.
Oh, with Glenn.
With Glenn Beck.
Mm-hmm.
In March of 2020.
Is that what Glenn's studio looks like?
Yeah.
Teeny tiny.
Looks like Dr. Evil there on the right.
It does.
Funny, that destroyed millions of people's lives. And in Florida, we were one of the few that stood up, cut against the grain, took incoming...
You think we could get Ronnie D on the show? I mean, he's doing shows. We know Kevin. Kevin knows his mom and dad. Except Ronnie D did grow up in Dunedin, so he knows.
Oh, 100%.
About me.
Oh, yeah.
Still
fire from media, bureaucracy, the left, even a lot of Republicans.
He probably got kicked out of Sponge's teen club.
Had schools open, preserved businesses.
How old is Ronnie D?
Like 44, something like that.
So he's 23 years younger than me.
Something. Let me double check.
And so Florida, since COVID, has
he's 13 years younger than me.
I think 13. He graduated high school here
13.
in like 97. I think it was 97, 98.
He would have been going.
He's 44.
He would have been going to Sponges when he was 12 and 13. Hell yeah.
outperform
78.
virtually any state in the country when you look at all these significant metrics. I mean, we're
He remembers Redneck Monday and No Panties Thursday.
Of course.
Oh, he should.
Yeah.
booming. We've got people moving in here.
Anna, let's at least ask.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe track Kevin down to see
Sure.
if we get it. I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we'd be Johnny Rah Rah, would we not?
Well, Dr. Dan would not be here.
Of course.
Babyface.
No. I'd be Johnny Rollins.
No, you can't be in here.
Come on.
Or
dude.
Babyface.
in here.
No, Babyface cannot be in here. Dan can, but he's going to be Johnny Rah Rah.
His middle name is Dion.
His middle name's Dion?
I think so.
People look back.
Sponge, your governor's got the same name as I do.
Spelled different.
And I
but-
come on the show.
You know, that 2020 year was not a good year for the country as a whole. It was a situation where Florida started to stand alone. So I think that that's an important contrast.
Now, when you get the Glenn Becks and you get the Elon Musks and you get the, what was that other huge donor that just, or soft pack that just switched from Trump over to DeSantis? I think Anna sent me a story about it a few days ago. I mean,
Yeah.
Dan, that's what's win elections.
I understand.
That's what wins elections.
No, he's formidable. I just don't think he's going to prevail.
Do
And
you
I
want him to?
liked him as governor for so long, and the state's better off with him here than without him.
Forced choice for Dan, Trump or DeSantis?
Huh?
I said forced choice for Dan, Trump or DeSantis.
I would choose Trump over DeSantis
right now.
Yeah, he's stronger,
that
smarter.
question goes out to everybody. I'm DeSantis.
Trump.
I might have to be DeSantis just because he might give a better chance to beat Biden.
I'm going to say DeSantis.
Mm-hmm. DeSantis wins 3-4.
For now. I mean,
Hold
I'm
on, let me
open to
see.
change. But
DeSantis is Bubba, Anna, Lummy, and Trump is big, filthy, redheaded ginger, and Dan, and it looks like the Macho Man. What do you feel, Macho Man?
He screwed himself with the abortion issue, DeSantis. He's done.
So you're Trump guy?
If that's what's left, yeah.
And
so
I'm
we're-
asking.
So hold on, we're 3-3.
And I'm asking not who do you think would win against Biden. I'm asking who do you think would be a better president. That's the angle.
So it's 3-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
3-3, right down the middle.
I think DeSantis really hurt himself with the 6-week abortion.
I do too. I think
and so that's. I think of you can understand the Disney thing, you can understand all the other stuff that he did with education and with the children and with his fights for sexual exclusion for kids as until they're a certain age, but the 6-week abortion ban is just absolutely foolish. And I'm pro-life, and I still think it's stupid. It's too early. It doesn't give families an opportunity to make an educated decision and act. It's a shame.
Lummy, did you get the Howard Stern rant?
Yes, I did. Andy has it.
All right. Well, that doesn't do me any good. Can you get it up on the bar soon?
Yes.
Soon?
Yes.
All right.
Deliciously disgusting.
You're absolutely right.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I know you're not like a fan of the abortion deal, but is that even in your top 5 issues?
Oh, yeah.
Personally, I give a shit.
Right. So
Right,
that's how I
I
feel.
get
I'm
what
like,
you're
all right,
saying.
maybe not the move, but like here, and here I
So many people do care about that.
I
And
understand.
I think that's going to be enough to destroy him nationally. Even people that support abortion don't think it should be. I mean, in support of.
I mean, there have been how many states? 3 or 4 that had it on the referendum, and they fucking shot it down?
But how
Yeah.
many people think like
Because most people don't think 6 weeks is reasonable.
Right.
how many people think like us where we're like, all right, not great, but not in my top 5 issues? Like that's how I feel.
I don't know. I think probably half. But I think half that's in the top 5 issue. And especially, you're talking, women 18 to 50, they care about it.
Yeah, that's true.
That generation really cares about it.
Yeah, but I feel like those people who think that way weren't going to vote for him anyways. You know what I mean? So like,
Right.
those were lost votes anyways. kind of fucked because I think Trump would in an election between DeSantis and Trump would win now, but in the main election, he would probably lose against Biden. So it's kind of fucked.
The latest poll I saw showed Trump beats Biden nationally. I saw that this week.
Yeah. I don't know about them.
You also, I think that they won DeSantis against Biden because he has less of that ill-defined but massive wave of quiet support.
Who does? DeSantis?
No, Trump does.
Oh.
The tsunami.
But Biden only won because people hate Trump so much. Like Biden didn't win.
Won because the media, the government, and the establishment destroyed him. The narrative destroyed him.
What Tina Turner die of?
It's all been fake. What?
What Tina Turner die of?
I think she had a kidney transplant.
Said it was kidney shit, but it was like there were a few issues she was dealing with at the same time.
She's in her
she was
80s.
83.
Yeah, she's in her 80s. Sometimes people just die in their 80s.
Sometimes people just die because they're old. Importance of keeping an eye on your kidney health, especially your kidneys can begin to fail without pain. Show your kidneys love, they deserve it. My kidneys are victims of me not realizing that my high blood pressure should have been treated with conventional medicine. Show your kidneys some love. I don't have high blood pressure. There's this one-eyed monster who's going to jail for 18 years. 18 years, and on the 18th birthday found out it wasn't his. Now I'm saying she's a gold digger, but she ain't missing with no broke. Man, Brett was a gold digger. I downloaded a lot of music for about $1.99. Juice and DJ Humsauce return.
Oh, he just wanted to clean up a little bit of the words, so and then he said he's gonna put it up.
All right, I'll look for it.
She ain't messing with no broke.
Or if it's up, tell me.
Okay.
What you eating, bud? Oh, monster. She ain't messing with no broke.
Morning, Rudy.
All right, an anti-government militia was sent.
January 6th stuff is so fucking boring. I cannot get myself to pay attention.
Oh, did you see that guy
No,
crashed into
probably
the White House? Remember we were talking about him?
The what? The Indian kid?
High kickers. My dirty kicks.
I think they released him. He's only getting like 3 days in jail.
I crashed into the White House.
The Nazi flag. I mean, whatever, dude. I don't.
Remember he's getting released. Like, he's released? I went and looked it up, and I think they're gonna fine him like $1,000.
They can't at least send him to like a mental institution for like a hot second just to make sure everything's good.
Nah, just.
And then they wonder why people shoot places up like, oh, the guns. It's like, this guy had a Nazi flag in a U-Haul and you would go.
All he was trying to do was get his book out. Or something.
He just got lost.
Yeah.
His GPS said, make a hard right into that wall. He was just a frustrated driver.
Until he got out, I was like, I want to cover.
The flag was a bit much.
Yeah.
He could have left the flag at home.
Can do that.
Medulla oblongata. Oh, I like that I can see what's in your fridge from this angle.
the car listening to Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh.
Love you guys.
Gotta be Bubba.
Wondering who he's going to yell at next.
Yeah.
People from all facets of life can relate to this show, and that's why I like it.
I love it. I can't get enough.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Exactly.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just friendly email, if anything, saying hi. Lock my information in for mass emailings. show@thebubbaarmy.com. Or you see somebody that's got a Bubba Army sticker, mud flaps, a Skag mower, using a Sunbelt rental gimmick, got a K&N filter, red line oil, K1 race suit. You know what we like. show@thebubbaarmy.com. Also on BubbaArmyStore.com, there's some new stuff up there. Some tumblers, some ladies' pink Razorback tank tops. Hell, those tank tops would probably be the kind that Macho Man will wear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Give me a small, extra small. Yeah. The university shirts and a bunch of other great stuff. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. That's how you, all at The Bubba Army. That's how you help us. Tina Turner died, 2 days ago?
Yes, I believe it was on Wednesday.
83. And they were saying that Dan thought that maybe she had a kidney transplant back in the day or something like that.
I think her husband gave it to her.
Well, gave him his kidney?
Yeah.
Oh, thought the suffering.
Dan, when you get a kidney, is it like, do you have to get it from your relative, or can you get it from anywhere?
Well, in the old days, you had to have a really, really, really good match. The anti-rejection medication these days is so good that you can get less of a close match, but you just need the same blood type.
So I was just about to ask, is that by match you just mean blood type?
No, by match there's a whole battery of tests that they do, a profile, yeah. And so, ideally you would want a kidney from, a sibling, a parent, or a child. Or if you did, in a few years, I think the people that did the cord blood, that blood in the amniotic sac and in the umbilical cord, when you save that as an infant, theoretically, what they're going to be able to do is like 3D print you a kidney based on your own stem cells.
That's awesome.
We're close to that, but we're not quite there yet.
Hell yeah!
Hold on. So you're saying as women are having babies,
yes,
they're taking out the blood in the placenta sac?
Well, essentially, it's in the cord, the umbilical cord.
Right. So I got to think that that's not a lot of blood.
No, it doesn't take a lot. It only takes 5 or 10 cc's,
right.
And then they can make literally like millions and millions and millions of stem cells.
Do they ask the woman, hey, can we have your umbilical cord blood, or do they just, as they're ripping all that stuff out of a woman's JJ, they just throw it over on a little pan and then they go and take it? I mean,
Fish on J, 25 on the Cash App.
It's who's that?
Fish on J, 25 on the Cash App.
Thank you. It's probably at that point hospital material. It's just waste, right?
They ask you.
Well,
they do.
Well, before you have the baby, you contact a company like Core Blood Registry, and they send you a package, and then you give the package when you go into labor to the nurses, and then the doctor does a couple of the extra things, which is pulls a little blood from the cord before they cut it, and then they take a piece of cord and they stick it in another vial and send it. And between the two,
what if women aren't getting these packages, or is it?
You have to buy it and pay for it.
Yeah,
it's expensive.
You get the package, but it is very, very expensive for them to store it.
I did it for both my kids.
So hold on. So it costs you a lot of money?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to pay to store
meaning it costs you, Dan, the woman that's providing the materials. They need a lot of money.
I had to pay a lot of money to get these packages and to store this material over the last 14, 15 years.
Why is it free? That's because it potentially could help. You have first right of refusal for it.
Me and my children.
Right.
So it could help Sophia if she has a problem, and it could help me if I have a problem. Yes. Especially like right now, something easy like leukemia, where you may need stem cells. I mean, if I had leukemia and I had to go through chemotherapy where they just destroy my bone marrow, they could reseed it with those stem cells.
Now, Lummy, did you do yours?
No, because
we couldn't afford it. It was a bad night at the track.
Yeah, it was $2,000 just to collect it, and then they charge I think it was $400 a year.
Yeah, it's $400 or $500
a year. And then don't people? A lot of women eat the placenta.
That's something else.
We did that on the show one time. I got in so much trouble. Had a woman bring in a placenta, and this guy named Jack ate it.
Ew.
We might, Lummy, it
Is
might
she
be.
wasted on
We
him?
might have it on the archives.
Yes.
But this guy, we got a placenta from somebody. Well, didn't Caveman's wife give us her placenta?
Yes.
And didn't we fry it up there too?
Sure did. Shaq Kenny, 50 on the Cash App.
No, and then we had a listener eat it. But I remember when I was at 98 Rock, that was the first time we did that, and we were in the kitchen, in the company kitchen, frying it up, and oh my God, it smelled so bad. And then the sales ladies were getting mad because they knew what we were doing, and they're like, "This is disgusting. I cannot believe you have to work here. You let your morning man fry up placentas." Like, I mean, I got to think in the HR world, that's probably not cool, right? And Dan, the general manager, they're like, "Shut up and sit down. Bubba has a 40 share, bitch. We're going to eat all the placentas we want." Oh, you don't mind selling that 40 share to that car dealership, but because he's frying up a couple placentas, now you're mad? Sit down and shut up.
I agree.
Sling the rates, bitch. Like, I mean, Dan, is there any upside? I mean, is the placenta, like, is Jimmy Clevis eating placentas to stay that big? Like, what is placentas as far as eating?
I don't know, man. It's just, it's kind of gross for
Helps
me.
with like postpartum depression, I guess.
Maybe. I mean, animals eat the placenta.
All right.
So if an animal, put it this way, like a lion or something like that, after they have birth, they will likely eat the placenta.
Now, Dan, so you've had 2 kids. Did you do this with both of your kids?
Yes, sir.
So you're looking at 4 Gs plus $800 a year storage?
I don't think it was $2,000 to collect it when we did it. I think it was closer to about $1,200. But yeah, I pay probably $600-700 a year to store it.
All right. So let's say I didn't store because I didn't even know this was around when Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
When Tyler was born in 2002, they didn't even offer this to us.
They did.
They did?
It was out there. It wasn't promoted.
All right.
Because Steven didn't do it with Nick, and he wished he had. And I think they did it with Bella.
But how does a guy like me, who needs some of this stuff, get it if I didn't have a kid and save it?
Then your best shot would be as if Tyler had a kid.
Yeah.
Don't say that, Dr. Dan.
Well, I'm just trying to be honest.
Are you trying to trigger me?
No, I'm not trying to trigger you.
What
dude.
I'm saying is it family specific or can it be
Yes,
unilateral?
No, it's family specific. It's gene specific. Yeah, it's primary family specific. So another shot would be, although it may not happen.
So, but most Americans,
Tara had a
hold
kid.
on, Tara, she can't. Most Americans don't have any of this.
Right.
So what happens to those people?
Take care of yourself.
They
Are they going to be able to take some of your stuff and make it into my stuff?
No. What they can do, though, now, which we couldn't do 25 years ago, and we're getting better at, is finding that we, even in our 50s, have stem cells.
Bone marrow.
And so, in our bone marrow and some of our fat. And so
I got a lot of fat.
We can probably
I got bone marrow for my entire family.
So with modern technology, we're getting
I'm a bone marrow buffet. I'm Bubba Golden Corral bone marrow.
Well, and with all that bone marrow and all your blood and fat, there's stem cells in that still. And so we're getting better at harvesting and replicating those cells so that cord blood may be less necessary over time.
Hello.
Hey, we do the same thing with my daughter, but we only pay like $125 a month. I mean, a year rather, $125 a year to store it. But it also goes to first cousins as well.
Yeah. Well, so Dan, my best bet would be like my cousin Brandon, my first cousin. Like if he would have a kid or had a kid, would that be close enough to me or no?
Maybe.
I don't know. Like it's kind of
maybe.
Anyway, maybe first cousins in North Carolina, sir, but not first cousins normally. Just because first cousins in North Carolina are probably related to each other.
Yeah.
Right?
More tightly, cousins and brothers.
So now, Dan, I mean, are we getting you're saying to me that because you stored this umbilical cord blood from one of your kids, and it was like 2 Gs and then $800 a month to store, that now enables you and your immediate family to do what? 3D print kidneys?
Those stem cells can be used for a variety of purposes, and the uses are increasing every year because our technology continues to increase. Ultimately, the thought is that those stem cells could pretty much replace any broken organ in my body over the next 10 years.
Heart, lungs, liver. How about the one that always colon? Isn't that where pancreatic?
Pancreas, yes.
Isn't that? I think you told us a while ago that is out of all the, guess what kind of cancer you got? That's the grim reaper of all of them.
Well, certain brain cancers and pancreatic cancer, yes.
And usually you don't catch pancreatic cancer until it's pretty far along.
Yeah, you have an obstruction. You're
now, what are the symptoms of having pancreatic problems?
Abdominal pain, especially after meals. It's similar to gallbladder problems. If you have pancreatic cancer, there's weight loss. Sometimes there's jaundice. Sometimes there's biliary obstruction, which causes the jaundice when your bile duct gets backed up.
My bile duct's backed up with a kidney stone size of.
I was talking to my friend
my pinky
in Australia recently, and her brother-in-law's father was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and a week later he was dead.
He's dead. Oh yeah, it gets you.
I mean, he was having issues before, but by the time they actually diagnosed it and found a mass on his pancreas, a week later, he was dead.
Dan, what does your pancreas do?
2 things. One, digestion. Second is insulin.
Oh.
So it makes digestive juices.
Couldn't you inject yourself with insulin?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. I got
so
that.
You don't need that part, but you do need the amylase and the lipase it secretes to help digest food.
Can you not shoot me full of lamb paste and lime?
You can take pills. You could theoretically live
I was
going to
ask if you were to remove it and you were to just exogenously do all that stuff, would it just be like you wouldn't be able to keep up with?
You'd be a brittle diabetic, and it would be hard to digest food, but you theoretically could.
Okay.
What if you had a food tube?
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
A food tube.
A food tube, like a feeding tube. Again, you still needed to digest it. My dad, when he was in his residency and first started off as a surgeon, invented something called TPN, Total Parenteral Nutrition. And what it is they can actually give you IV food, like not just sugar, but,
milkshake
lipids,
and IV?
Like pre-digested stuff?
Anna, go get me that milkshake IV immediately.
Yeah.
Chocolate?
Carbohydrates, protein, and fat.
No, vanilla. Swirl.
Say it again.
They can give you carbohydrates, protein, and fat through an IV and sustain you for months.
Really?
Without using your GI tract. Yes.
Huh.
My dad had developed that.
Now, but when you say, okay, you got the blood from the umbilical cord or whatever the hell, how can you 3D print a liver or a kidney? And it would first start with having these stem cells that you got from Sophia when she was a baby being born out of Romina with the umbilical cord and the blood and all that kind of stuff, and you've stored it every year for 800 years, like all that. Like, how do they turn whatever fluids or stem cells they have into a liver? And you say 3D print it. But in order to 3D print something, help me here, you have to have the material of what your printing is made out of. For instance,
I understand.
Like, for instance, the only thing that I've seen 3D printed are our Hall of Fame busts. Well, those are made out of plastic.
Mm-hmm.
So when they're 3D printing it, Grouper Lips has this big reel of plastic, and it just feeds it into the machine and it builds it. That's the way I know it. Well, they got a 3D? What do they got? A pile of human flesh? That's like, how do you 3D print something that's going to be an organ if you don't have the material to print it with? Meaning, like, when you print paper, you need paper as the base, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you 3D print plastic busts,
you send it to Brother 2 printer.
You need plastic as the base. So when they're going to 3D print your new liver based on the stem cells that they got from your daughter when she was born, that you've now held on for 20 years, and you say they 3D print you a new liver. Well, what are they using for the material to build this thing?
Brian Payne, 25 on the Venmo.
Good question.
Great question, by the way.
And so it's a 2-step process. They would print the scaffolding or the framing of the organ that they were trying to recreate. A mold of it would look like it. It would look like the organ you're trying to create.
But it might be made out of plastic or something.
It would be made out of like a fibrin or like connective tissue, collagen, essentially. Which
from your own body?
Doesn't matter. Any collagen. Okay. It's ubiquitous. It's not specific.
Got it.
And so it could even be cow collagen. And then what they would do is they would bathe it in your stem cells, and then your stem cells would grow onto that scaffolding and then form the organ. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it blows my mind. I need mushrooms for this.
Yeah. So that's how they're doing it. They're creating a three-dimensional scaffold of like collagen.
As much as we've advanced medically in the last 50 years, do you think in 50 years, which could be on his lifetime, I mean, there could be a couple people in
I'm
this
going to live
building.
50 more years.
Maybe.
So am I.
So, damn.
I'm the fool no siree. I'm going to live to be 103.
So listen.
Well, you're 56 now. So.
Okay, so 47 more years.
I mean, this stuff that we're talking about now, Dan, let's admit, back in the 1960s, nobody could even wrap their head around any of this nonsense.
Not at all.
It's incredible.
Not at all.
Right.
Totally
I mean, we
agree.
were just, hey, listen, man, we were happy to put one dude on the moon.
Oh.
We were happy to put one dude on the moon.
Maybe.
Right?
Allegedly.
What is that?
That we don't even
Allegedly.
know. So can you imagine now, in 50 years, that we'd be like, hey, heard you had kidney cancer. Yeah, I do. I got it fine. Well, listen, no big deal. We got a kidney machine here. We'll whip you up a kidney. We're gonna throw it in a stem cell marination, and 4 weeks from now, come back if you can make it. Till then, got you a goddamn new kidney. Right?
Yep.
I mean, is that what's gonna happen?
Yep. You could just go to almost a vending machine and get it made.
One kidney.
Yep. Please.
Boom. Oh, I hope I get a kidney from the bottom row because I don't want it from the top row. It might be a little too, get hit harder when it hits the hopper. Now is this?
That's a liver.
No,
A 3D printed one.
This is a 3D printed liver,
Yes.
Lummy?
Yeah.
All right, hold on here.
Doesn't it?
Let me just open it.
So specifically, we wanted to look at.
Yeah.
We've created a surrogate liver. So specifically, we wanted to look at liver cancer and ways to treat liver cancer. Currently, surgeons use scan data and they interpret that data as best they can using the current techniques and technology that they have available. Even rarer still is that they'll 3D print one of those. But what we've done, we've taken the 3D prints direct from the patient data and transformed.
So, Dan, that is a 3D printed liver in all of its, channels and just, road.
Those are the arteries and stuff.
Right.
That's the
Those
biliary
into a
system.
tactile, palpable organ, which is able to be
Whoa.
Yum.
Let me put it on the grill, kid.
Let's go.
Take it medium.
used for surgery.
This is a silicone gel that we have used to create these surrogate tissues, looking at different works which has been done before and different studies.
They're in somebody's garage.
We master that technique and we create this.
Now, Dan, is one liver a real liver and one liver is tissue that's going to become a new liver?
I'm not sure about
the
that.
liver tissue. This is a real operation for the surgeon.
The outside of the liver tissue, or parenchyma, is one.
Dan, are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Very soft body of tissue, and then the blood vessels inside are another hardness. And
Dan, what are those big tubes coming off your liver?
Those are the biliary tract and the blood vessels.
Then the tumor itself.
Dan, have you ever held a liver just like this man right here?
Yep.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
Ew!
Is another hardness. So
you're a far better man than all of us.
Do you know what's really crazy? Squeezing a live heart to keep a person alive, and doing open cardiac massage. It's bizarre, dude. Holding a heart in your hand and squeezing it, trying to keep the blood flowing.
So you're saying like in an emergency room situation, like
trauma.
maybe in New Orleans?
Yeah, trauma.
And you got a person that's dead. And
dying.
You will open up their chest cavity and start
crack the chest.
Crack their chest. Is that a sawzall?
A lot of times
when you crack the chest bone in order to put your hand on a guy's heart, what instrument do you use? Do you use a DeWalt Willie right down?
Stop.
What do you do?
Well, sometimes you just make an incision instead of like vertically, like horizontal, right underneath the rib cage, and you just make an incision. And you just pull up and you put your hand in there. Sometimes you'll
go in there like a sandblaster booth, like you're doing like a little mini bead deal,
and just kind of pull up on it and get your hand in there. And then sometimes you'll actually cut. Sometimes you go between the ribs. Depends.
Do you literally look at my hand?
Yes, you do. You're just literally squeezing the heart.
Just like that?
Mm-hmm. And it pushes the blood because there's the valves.
And will the guy wake up and be like, man,
probably asleep.
You got a hand on my heart.
Usually cracking the chest is a last resort when someone's literally like bleeding out and dying.
Do you karate chop them?
But it's almost a last resort, and often they don't survive.
organs able to be palpated by the.
Have you squeezed a guy's heart before?
Yes.
And did he live?
Yes.
For real?
Yes, I've gotten to that point, but I've done it probably 4 times, and 3 of them died, 1 lived. But you're talking about massive trauma patients.
What about like a planned open heart surgery? Is it the same
with
protocol?
The planned open heart surgery, they usually go through the ribs or they cut through the sternum, and then they put ice.
Yeah.
And they cool off the heart until it slows down, and as they're doing that, they're putting you on a bypass. So what they do is they hook up these 2 big tubes into your big artery and your big vein, your vena cava and your aorta.
Yeah.
And they run it through a machine, and it's essentially extracorporeal circulation. So the blood gets pulled out of your body into a pump and then pushed back into your body while they cool off your heart to the point where it almost completely stops beating. And then sometimes we'll literally freeze it to the point where it stops completely, or it beats like once every 15 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's steady, so you can sew to it. It's hard to sew a moving heart.
Sure.
My first week of residency in New Orleans, we had a guy got stabbed in the heart.
Dan's a douchebag just wearing his own shirt. This son of a bitch is massaged.
That's why me and Lummy are wearing a shirt.
Go ahead, Dan.
This guy got stabbed in the heart, and we took him to the operating room in the middle of the night. And the surgeons, I was just an intern. I was in awe. It was. I couldn't believe that this is how my first week of residency was starting. And these guys were such animals that they were able to sew this heart while it was beating. The heart had 2 holes in it from the knife. And there was so much pressure in the heart, and they didn't cool off the heart. They didn't do extracorporeal circulation. They just attacked the wound. And blood was squirting to the ceiling. There was so much blood. I couldn't believe it. And these guys were able to put in what they call pledgets, or like little patches on the heart, and save this guy's life in the middle of the night. It was one of the most incredible things I ever saw in my entire life, even up to this day. And
I would have thrown my gloves on the ground and walked out and been a garbage man.
I would have thrown up.
Oh, no, man.
I don't want to throw it up.
I thought these guys...
Do you make anything for throw up around here?
It wasn't gross.
But you thought those guys
exciting.
were rock stars, did you not?
Rock stars. These
Well,
guys
that's why you
were
should be a
gods.
doctor.
Rock stars.
It reinforced my urge
to
and
be
will
a rock star,
to work my ass off to get to that point where I could do stuff like that.
Or a device to be able to pinpoint exactly where that tumor is in the organ.
Now, we're talking about, livers and kidneys, based on this blood that you might get from when your kid's born in the sack. But will we ever be able to replicate the brain?
Nope.
Like that's something.
Why do you say no?
Because
there's too much electricity.
There's too much specific connections. Like a liver, a pancreas. It's kind of like every cell does kind of the same thing.
And it's just kind of a dumb mechanical thing, right?
It's like a big filter or a big pump. I mean, they don't do much.
It's like saying this. You know what? It would be easier to change your power steering unit out on your car than to change the CPU that runs the car.
I understand,
right?
But we're also kind of forward thinking into the future. Like maybe the technology doesn't exist now, but do you think there's a possibility for it?
It's going to be so far.
Okay.
For 2 reasons. Number one is all the intricate connections in the brain that continuously change throughout your life, and the fact that brain tissue is dead in 6 minutes. So it's such a fragile organ and such a complicated organ that it'll be literally a couple hundred years before they even think about replicating a brain. It's that far.
Maybe not the whole brain, but like
a couple
parts of it.
hundred years.
Yeah,
we're not gonna
it's never happening. It's never happening.
Or I wonder if they were to do that sort of thing, and then you wake up and you're somehow different. Like your personality.
Oh,
or
anytime they touch your brain, you're something
impulse
different.
Controls off.
Every time you have brain surgery, you're a little different.
How about a concussion?
A little different.
Absolutely.
There you go.
It's true.
I mean, that's why you and I are so stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we had, we were in combat sports. I got hit by a car.
Oh, yeah.
You tried to get jumped out when you were a fetus.
My mom tried to jump me out.
Wow, you've had all kinds of brain trauma. I've had brain trauma. That's why I'm a little crazy.
Yeah, he fell off his bike.
That didn't hurt me. That wasn't the brain.
Oh, also the slip and fall.
The slip and fall on my eye, that hurt. That was brain trauma. When I had a subdural hematoma in college and almost died from a blood clot in my brain, that was trauma.
I didn't know about that.
Sean Smith, $10 on the Cash App.
When I come back, we'll talk about Tina Turner dying.
Striving to reach new lows every day. It's Bubba the Love Sponge.
EU firm is trying to replicate it, and they could have it by 2050.
The whole brain?
I
feel like they'll probably try to do bits and parts of it.
This is what it says. By 2050, they
So when you're
Never
saying
happening.
for the open heart surgery, what was the corporal? What was that? What did you call that?
Extracorporeal circulation, like out of the body.
Is that what preserves the brain?
Yeah, you need the circulation. If you don't have circulation, if you don't have 6 minutes of circulation, your brain starts dying.
That's the first thing that starts dying.
Everything else is gonna last an hour. Your brain lasts 6 minutes.
Early today. Thank you.
Some things gonna last longer than an hour.
Thank you.
Your colon takes like an hour. It'll start dying in an hour.
The cells are not getting enough.
Chris.
Yeah.
ATP
Ischemia.
or whatever.
But the brain's dead in 6 minutes. It starts dying in 6 minutes. It's completely dead like 10. You're fucked. That's why people that code for a long time, they come back and then the brain dead. You know what I'm saying? Because they weren't getting enough circulation to the brain. The whole purpose behind CPR is not that you're giving a lot of oxygen. You're just trying to move the blood.
But the blood is carrying oxygen, isn't it?
But there's some oxygen still left in the blood even after you're not breathing. But if the blood stops moving, then the brain overheats in 5-6 minutes.
Surprise.
And it's not a matter of overheating as much as it just implodes when it doesn't get the oxygen and gets too much waste.
And does it move like the outside inward, where it's like maybe the prefrontal cortex starts to shut down and
It power pigs it up.
and then like the most
I don't know.
lizards part of the
Dan,
brain?
just answer it. Power pigs it up.
What's the part of the brain that controls
Just
breathing?
answer it. It power pigs it up.
Right. Yeah, probably the frontal cortex is probably the most sensitive.
Prig is power
Yeah.
pig. So it probably pig
The surface on the front.
Part of the brain
Mommy?
that controls breathing.
He's out
What, Mama?
What do you
The
want?
brain
I'm
stem
good.
sits beneath this cerebrum in front of your cerebellum. I need to go over brain parts
As long
again.
as as long as they.
Ruby! Is your name Ruby?
What? I'm eating.
Oh, I know. I like to guess what you're eating without looking.
Having one of my factor meals.
Yup. You're probably having some chicken.
Yeah.
You're having some rice.
Nope.
You're having some potatoes.
Uh-huh.
You're having some corns.
Nope.
You're having some green beans.
You hit it.
I knew it. He's having some potatoes, chicken, and
Except
green
I
beans.
don't like these green beans, so I go out and give them to Hootie.
You don't like them? Why don't you like them?
They're not the kind I like.
Do you like French cut?
I don't like these kind.
Okay. Like the way they're seasoned, maybe. Let's eat some placenta. Brainstem. Breathing, blood pressure, heartbeat, swallowing, consciousness. Cerebellum. That's probably what got tickled when I got my head ripped off. Or the vagus nerve, which I guess controls the vagus nerve. I don't know. I'm gonna make urine actually. Quickly.
Alright. What's up, chat? There's a ghost. Ghosty. Hey, Bubba, can I have this little snack that's in there? Little belly buddy? That's a fair game?
Anything at doctor is fair game.
Okay.
What time's our game tonight?
Okay, the game's at 5:45. We're meeting at 5:15, and then afterwards, one of the families wanted to go out. Suggested that we go to dinner at this place that's close by. You don't have to go.
I ain't going.
Wolf
But-
Haven. Wolf Haven.
But I would. Hey, Lummy.
Yes, Bubba.
The next break, or even maybe right now.
Yep.
Come here real fast.
Alright. I think we're going. Wolf Haven.
These green beans that I don't like. You gotta hurry, Lummy. I said hurry.
Coming.
Fuck him. Put this in the.
Yep.
But hold on. Go and or next break, dump this over the fence because Hootie loves them.
Okay.
Baby does not.
Okay. You parody.
Okay, so just put that in the kitchen, and you can do it next break. Isn't that good? I mean, it's good to give to Hootie, right?
Of course.
Okay. What did you talk about yesterday, Lonnie? You didn't talk about shit.
What are you talking about?
You didn't get through hardly any of your stories.
I asked everything out.
Oh, okay.
Those are all your stories. I didn't fuck with your shit.
Oh.
I know better than that.
I'm so very sorry for being
Okay,
critical.
don't give me that.
I'm so sorry for being critical on you,
It's
my little
okay.
okay?
Look, I didn't fuck with your shit.
No, I opened my own tabs and closed them.
I am so sorry for fucking with you.
Okay.
Yeah,
My little pumpkin.
My buddy runs that park. Walker was friend. We're gonna meet up there.
Say I have my own shit.
I got my own shit. I got my own shit.
We'll see if I feel that way.
Please.
Please, you see little binoculars over there.
Bubba the Love Sponge!
I love everything about the show.
Every day for 4 hours, man. It just makes time fly by.
Gotta be Bubba.
Just awesome. I love it.
I spent about 2 hours in my car when it's supposed to be a 20-minute break.
Yeah.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me next break before you go outside. Will you try to find my endorsement pages?
Yes. Are they not up there?
Well, Mach moved my mic arm, which is where they used to be.
Oh, okay.
So I'll find them. I'm still getting used to this mic arm. Takes a while to get.
Like trying to wipe with the other hand.
Yeah, you got to understand. Since 2005, I've been adjusting it from over here. Now I got to adjust it from over here. The trials and tribulations. So sorry.
If you ever damage your dominant hand, like break a thumb or something like that, and you have to brush your teeth, comb your hair, or wipe your ass with the other hand, it is very awkward.
And every one of
And
those,
it's very good for neuroplasticity.
and every one of those are very, very doable, except the last one.
Your butt.
You're wiping your ass.
Or it's hard to do with the
I
wrong
could
hand.
brush my teeth opposite-handed. I could, do a bunch of, but wiping my ass, it is the hardest thing. And I've never had. Thank God, I've never had.
Sorry.
I've never had the arms long enough to even wipe my ass with the correct arm, let alone the one that's not dominant. Thank you, Anna. That's not quite where I was going.
Sorry.
Screw you, bitch.
Brian from Philly, 25 on the Venmo.
That guy's slinging CDs out the back.
Woo.
So we should, maybe the next time I take a poop, I'm going to try with my opposite hand. I think I'm just going to create a mess and I'm going to end up in the shower.
Yeah, but at least do it when you have an extra couple minutes, because you may end up in the shower.
Is
It's
it
so
not? I mean,
awkward. It's so
like you
hard.
don't realize that wiping your ass is such a one dominant-handed muscle memory thing of probably anything we do, right?
Yes, and don't they wipe with the left hand in the Middle East just so they can shake hands with the right hand?
Yeah, like in India. Yeah.
That's why I'm a big on knuckle bumping.
Yeah, you never know where someone's hands been.
Well, you got to think they're like in a bidet and they're like touching it and stuff.
But realistically, man, you can't bump fists as a man when you're meeting a guy. Like in the business setting, Dan, it's very, very, very formatics, like old school. Like is you shake a man's hand. And you
100%. But COVID took a big hit on that. And during COVID, people were refusing to shake hands, and they were doing fist bumps, even in professional settings.
Really?
Yep.
And I wonder where, I wonder if America, I wonder if the world, and I guess where we live, America, but I wonder if, you could just be like, if you could just look a guy in the eye and maybe give him a little bow, be like, nice to meet you, Jim. And you genuinely look at him in the eye and make eye contact and, be like.
They bow in Japan and stuff, but I think they
Yes.
also shake hands.
Well, they do bow in Japan, and you bow to the king. So I'm not in Japan, and I don't have a king, so I'm going to go ahead and shake hands.
Me too.
Because I'm not afraid. I'm not a little snowflake.
I'm not
that's
a
afraid.
People bow to each other like they go. Oh,
I'm not either. But I mean, I could see where the snowflaking and the softness of our country and world, where maybe shaking hands one of these days will be a big no-no.
But don't you want to know that the person that you're about to interact with is such a pussy that they can't shake hands? That you don't want to do business with them.
Right.
Because you size, because again,
I size a guy up by his handshake.
Absolutely. And people have for years, centuries, size people up by how they interact in that first moment. And in America and in the West, it's with a handshake. And so that handshake is a priceless first indication of who you're standing across from.
My dad, and maybe, you know, Lummy, you're the newest dad.
Yes.
But Dan, I guess you would be probably. Have you ever taught Danny? Because my dad taught me. I can remember like it was nothing. It was one day in the garage, and there was a guy coming to our house that was super important. His name was David Rehor, and he was like the really high up with Ford Motor Company, and he was also a 32 Ford enthusiast.
Right.
So he came all the way down from Detroit to Little Warsaw, Indiana, to come meet my dad and see my dad's car collection.
That's cool.
So this was for 2 weeks we were pulling weeds and making
get everything ready.
I mean, we lived in kind of we lived in Plywood City. We lived in like a lower class, suburb. Every house kind of looks the same. My dad wasn't really big on the lawn being perfect. My dad was big on his cars being perfect, and his 32 Fords were impeccable. But my dad, nonetheless, if there's a few weeds around the house or over by the water spigot, or who cares, right? We weren't trying to win Lawn of the Year.
I understand.
But you
didn't have a VIP showing up.
So we had a VIP. I mean, we had literally, his name was David Rehor, and he was the treasurer of Ford Motor Company.
Oh.
Well, you don't understand. So we were out pulling weeds, and my dad went out and bought one of those electric weed eaters that you had to plug in and have 5,000 feet of cord.
Wow.
One of those.
Those are expensive.
And I think my dad went and borrowed his buddy's rider mower with real sharp blades, and Janie Cakes was out there, and we're painting the trim and just making sure everything was as perfect as we could make it in our $37,000 home. So I can remember we were in the garage working on cleaning the garage. My dad goes, "Bubba, when Mr. Rehor comes up, here, I'm going to teach you how to greet him like a man." I'm like, okay. So my dad, we practiced this in the garage. He was Mr. Rehor, and I was Bubba. And so I was supposed to say, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Rehor," and look him right in the eyes and shake his hand hard. And so I had to do that like 10 times with my dad. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Rehor," and then put my hand out and shake his hand. And my dad's like, "Make sure you grip it hard. First of all, wipe your hands on your pants so they're not sweaty and clammy." That's what he said. And then he
That's good advice.
Then he said, "Then look him right in his eyes nicely and say, 'Nice to meet you, Mr. Rehor,' while offering your hand to him. He'll grab your hand, then shake it. Don't try to like crush it, but shake it firmly."
With some tenacity.
And so did any of your dads teach you how to shake hands, how to address a man, and have you taught any of your kids?
Sorry, Dan, do you want to start?
No,
I don't have no kids.
But did your dad teach you?
He may have. I don't have a memory that I can recall, but I have changed the way that I shake hands probably in the last 5 years.
As an adult.
First off, when I started learning about body language, because I've tried to learn about, as much as I can all the time, but I was going through a body language phase, and I started to learn how important like the grip and firmness of a handshake was. And then, of course, I overdid it where I'm like trying to squeeze too hard and stuff. But then I got it nailed down. But recently, in the last 5 years, I've completely changed the way I handshake. And I'd like to handshake Dan the way I used to do it and the way I do it now. And I want him to like tell me like the perceived difference.
By the way, Dr. Dan McSherry, the world's greatest dentist in the entire world, says he agrees with Dan. Fist pumping was cool when you were doing it to your gym bros, but now it's a sign of weakness. I agree with Dan. Real men shake hands.
There we go.
Okay.
And by the way, it's from another doctor. DDS, nonetheless.
Now I have sweaty palms. So this is how I used to do it.
You want to do it on this camera so people can see it?
Yeah. So I used to do it like this, like that. Look at you in your face. Now I go like this. Nice to meet you. What's
I
the
like your first way better.
You do?
Some people, some people grab them.
Yeah, don't grab the other hand.
That's so
Now,
good.
Well, if
you're like congratulating, it depends. If you're congratulating someone because they just had a baby, you know them really well, or they just graduated medical school, or they just got married, or it's a big event, then or their kid died, or their wife died, then you did that other hand. It's a more personal thing. But on a regular casual handshake, I don't want someone grabbing me with the second hand.
If some guy I'm meeting for the first time grabs my wrist like that, it's going to put me in a self-defense
I wasn't grabbing
situation.
a wrist. It was like grabbing my own hand.
Too much. It's too much.
Too much?
Here it is. Here's the official.
Maybe it's different if I'm a woman.
Here's the official ruling.
Okay.
If you feel secure enough to grab somebody's hand with your other, like a two, call
It's
it
like I cut my own hand.
a two-handed handshake,
right?
Which makes it far more personable.
That's what I think. Isn't it more sincere?
But
don't
hold
you
on.
think?
Then you might as well just go for a hug.
Right.
I do that sometimes.
No, like if a person is worthy, of your second hand to bring him in closer and to put more skin, then those people are probably hug worthy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would it be weird for that person to get the second hand instead of a hug? You know what I mean?
I don't like second hands at all.
I don't like the second hand either.
Huh.
It's
Maybe
a bad modification of the handshake. Your
Really?
first handshake was dead on.
flip or
Really?
something.
Yeah, except your elbow out with too much.
I flared it out.
You flared out. Your elbow was rising out of nowhere.
Would it be different if I'm a woman? Because it's obviously less threatening.
Nope.
And
It's worse.
It's worse. Yep. Because now you grab me with two hands. I'm going to F you.
Be a confident woman. Hold on. Be a confident. Now you're acting like you want to have sex with us.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I do that with women too. Shake hands.
But Anna, like for real,
grab it.
As soon as you bring that second hand in, that says
That's me
oral.
really throwing it out there.
All day long.
You might as well have your mouth open while you say it.
Exactly. Start
And
unzipping your pants.
You might as well have your mouth open with your panties halfway out.
Okay, well, I guess I've been doing it wrong. I'll go back to handshake A then.
Look him in the eyes
Yeah.
with a firm handshake
Okay.
and address them and you have to call them by name. You have to.
As opposed to
just saying nice to meet you.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be like with you.
That's better. You're right. I don't know if it's 100% necessary.
No, he's got to.
Really?
What if you forget the name? Which happens often.
That helps you not forget the name.
I usually just say sir or ma'am unless they have blue hair, and then I just walk away.
But that also helps you not forget the name.
Yep.
So, Lummy, were you ever taught by your dad how to do it?
Yep, Dad and Grandpa.
And
look them in the eyes,
Rhett,
call them their names.
Were you ever taught by your dad?
Oh yeah, all the fundamentals though, just like you said. You know,
and I know you were, Dan.
Yeah, but honestly, my mom was one of the first people to talk to me about handshakes because we were around her more, and she saw me handshake someone once when I was like 5th grade, and she didn't like it, and she goes, "No, you need to do it differently," and so she adjusted it. And I recognized early on that was a way to, we had football players around us all the time as kids. And so when you're meeting a football player for the first time, you didn't want to hand him a wet noodle. You just want to hand him a real handshake because they're, these big, massive, muscular guys. And we're just little, 10, 12-year-olds. So Danny's learning it. He's learning how to give a real handshake. I shake everyone's hand at practice. And I insist on real handshakes. I'm expecting a real handshake. So I'm trying to teach these kids how to grip a hand and do a real handshake. I'm trying to teach these kids to be men, not to be, future target models.
Again, future target models. Again, much love to Dr. Dan McSherry, who just absolutely saved my world. And then got me over to Dr.
Got you
Broom.
pre-numbed.
Got pre-numbed me, x-rayed me.
That's awesome.
Then got me over to Broom across the street, right on in. Root Canal Willie. because I was in pain. I think I just, though, they had to drill a little hole through my gold crown. So I think I got to go back into McSherry because he has to fill that, doesn't he, Dan? Eventually.
Yes, if they didn't fill it, yes.
Yeah, there's a little hole in my gold crown.
You don't want that collecting food either.
But since there's no nerves or nothing in there, who cares, right?
No, food gets in,
infected, right?
can still get decay. You can get food and bacteria in there, so it needs to be sealed.
So I'll get a hold of McSherry. Now, how does he seal a gold crown with, does he get like, a slab of gold
molten gold and just drip a couple of drops in it?
Like,
I don't know.
Because Broom drilled a hole down my golden crown. So does he just fill that with his normal?
It's BYOG. You got to bring your own gold.
Bring Dan's necklace.
Yeah.
Say, hey,
just
Dr.
take a link.
McSherry, here's Dan's a link of Dan's 24K. Can you just go ahead and flux it in for me, buddy?
Yeah, I don't know how they do that. If they just put like a little pillar of gold in there and then like solder it. I don't know.
I don't think Dr. McSherry's just got little nuggets of gold laying around.
I'm sure he does.
No, they probably just put a piece of white, whatever. What are fillings made out of? Back when I used to get fillings, they were made out of lead.
Yeah, they were. Back in the good old days, we had lead fillings. I think I still have one or two. I
got all my lead ones replaced with either the porcelain or
the gold.
with the gold. I got a lot of gold. Lummy, when I die, I'm going to leave you the gold in my mouth.
Yes, thank you.
I bet you I got $10,000 of gold in my mouth.
I'll put it around my neck.
You have a grill almost.
You have just a bunch of teeth around.
Lummy,
your
you're
neck.
gonna make a necklace of my molars,
Sure will.
Like a shark tooth deal,
of my fat guy molars.
Yep, they'd be jiggling around my neck.
Dan, Dr. McSherry, how do you do that? Like I got a little hole in my gold for where I got my root canal, where you saved the day, you and Dr. Broom. So like, how do you fill that hole up? Do you fill it with gold or do you fill it just with your standard filling material? That would be interesting to know. Right?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. And they may have like a liquid gold that dries to hard gold. I don't know, but it seems to have to be hot. So I don't know how they do it.
He has to get a forging deal. Lummy, we got a new parody.
Yes, we do.
Who's a thrower?
Dark Match Steve.
He's awesome.
And it's about the Fetterman senator from Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And so Anna sent me this article.
He's back.
About it.
Looking sharp.
And this is him walking from the Senate chambers in a pair of shorts and a sweatshirt, and it says, "Back in hoodies and gym shorts, Fetterman tackles Senate life after depression."
He's a disgrace.
That's how he campaigned too, and everyone said he was just one of the people.
That's why when I campaign for the city of Tampa mayor, the next time I'm running against. Well, no, Jane Castor can't run, Dan.
I know, she's termed out.
So I have a chance.
It's an open. Yeah, it's an open 4 years.
So when I'm just gonna wear, I'm just gonna wear T-shirts and flip flops and I'm just a normal dude trying to make Tampa a normal place.
Honestly, I think that would be kind of a cool flex if he wasn't brain dead. If he was like a really smart guy and maybe he could pull that off.
It's a disgrace. It disrespects the Senate, the office, the government. It's disrespectful. It's like when Zelensky came and came to the Senate and wore his fatigues. I mean, it's disrespectful. Put a tie on, put a jacket on, put on your big boy clothes.
This guy's a buffoon.
He is a buffoon. I agree 100% with you, dude. He is a disgrace to the country and to the state of Pennsylvania.
What was he before? What was he before the Senate?
Mayor?
Yeah,
he was a mayor of a crap town. He destroyed the town. He was a horrific mayor.
We'll get into that and the parody song next.
He's hit the rattler. What comes next? We can only guess. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Bubba, Macho says your papers are behind your board.
All right, will you get them for me?
Yep. Actually.
What do you do?
Oh, yeah.
What do you need?
And the stern is on your button bar. This is in the next gen.
Are they back there, Lummy?
Yes, I got them.
Did you go feed Hootie out? You got to do that.
I'm doing it now.
You okay? You gonna fit through? Oh,
Why are you so fucking slow?
I didn't want to hit her camera.
You didn't want him to hit my camera with his big body.
Yeah, they were all the way back there.
You got a big old body.
Hang on.
With a big old head.
Hey, let me think.
Dianne Feinstein is like 106. She came back to work. She's probably gonna die soon too. What's up? DMS. Yes, her new song. What Pearl Jam song? Daughter. That is Pearl Jam.
Is it Pearl Jam or is it just him by himself?
Eddie Vedder?
Eddie Vedder alone.
I don't know. Let's find out together.
He's power picked out.
Don't hold me, It's a Pearl Jam song.
Good morning. HS Bubba Fan 69.
Oh, Eddie Vedder wrote it, I think.
I like Eddie Vedder, even though he's smaller than you are, but.
It was a little guy.
Oh, he's a little fella. Yeah.
Little like, who's the other little guy? Paul Simon?
They're all little guys. A lot of those guys are little guys. He's a little fella.
He's a little guy.
Yeah, you might be 5'6", maybe.
5'7".
That's lying.
He went in there and adjusted it. He went
Someone
on
changed that. He ain't
150.
5'7".
Yeah. Paul Simon's like 5'2".
No.
Or like 5'4".
No.
He's
He's
small.
gotta be 5'6".
No. He's little.
Good morning, little
He's 81.
Oh my God.
And he's 5'3".
He's 5'3". Is that little?
Yeah, he's my height. He's a
Didn't
little
he marry
Jewish
that
guy.
girl, Edie Brickell. Did he marry Edie Brickell? A really cute girl that was an 80s singer, early 90s singer.
Let's see. Wives. Spouse.
Donald Trump. Do you have Cutco? Sherman. Designer.
You need those back?
No, I don't know. I'm good. Yeah, I'll keep
You
it.
said Eddie
It's
Brickell,
right
Carrie
here.
Fisher, and Peggy.
Okay, cool.
Edie Brickell, yeah.
bleep down all the
Edie Brickell.
Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
She was really cute when she did.
She looks familiar, like.
Yeah, look at this.
She's 5'9".
Yeah, she's tall. That song she has is really cool. I don't care what I have.
And they're still married?
Mm-hmm.
She's 57? There's like a 25-year age gap?
Yeah, she's my age.
Oh, man.
She's really cute. She was really a good singer in the 90s.
So they're together.
They're still together. Good.
Good.
I think I know that Garfunkel's a raging alcoholic, but I think Paul Simon was a big drinker at one point too.
Probably were.
She still looks good.
Yeah.
In her 50s. She had a beautiful voice.
Did they have kids together?
I don't know.
Let's see. Edie Brickell. Let's see. Let's see them together. Images. They make music together.
What's up, Aunt
Oh,
Kid?
that's cute.
Just Cat. What was that?
Look how he's all bloated and shit. That's awesome. It's like Danny DeVito and his wife.
Like, God bless him.
Yeah.
I didn't know that she was 5'9" and he was 5'3".
What time is the game tonight? 5:30?
5:45 starts.
What time are we getting there? 5:15?
5:15. Yes, sir.
Good.
Field 8, I believe.
So we can run some routes with the guys.
Yep.
I wanna throw the ball to them.
Okay. Absolutely.
When did they get married? In the 90s?
Mm-hmm.
92. Wow. They've been together for over 30 years.
Yeah, who'd have thunk? You know, with such an age gap and his third marriage.
Raised one last night, Lummy.
Sure did. Pulled the nose up.
Yeah, it was.
Made the Glass now pitches tonight, I believe.
He does?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First.
Man, fucking Wando Franco is the fucking man, isn't he?
Oh, he's a fucking stud.
And we got him locked up for what, 10 years?
Yeah, they gave him that They gave him that Evan Longoria.
I'm trying to sing the song. I can't.
So 8 years. In 8 years, will that go?
I didn't even know who she was.
Pretty much. And the Yankees or Red Sox or the Dodgers are paying like $500 million.
Right. Wando Franco would be a $45 million a year guy for them.
Instantly, yeah, like right
And
now.
He makes about 8 for us, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When you're going to do a Willie, you're describing a certain thing, and then a Jones is more describes the noun a little bit more. It's the same thing, ain't it?
Bubba the Love Sponge.
I listen to Bubba every day.
I just really enjoy the outrageousness of it.
We love him. Couldn't do without it.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you're watching any type of male skewing TV, you're seeing my boys at Super Beats advertise a ton. And they bring the little doctor out there, and he's like, I don't prescribe nothing I don't take myself. And he's about 105, and he takes Super Beats. You need to be taking them too. You start and stop by going to getsuperbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
You can double your potential of Super Beat Heart Chews and get a 30-day supply of Super Beat Heart Chews and 15% off your first order by going to getsuperbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Super Beats is the #1 pharmaceutical recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. It's blood pressure that you can trust and count on. Now, it's made by a company called Human, Humann, and they got the Super Beats. They got the tart cherry gummies, which are heart support. They got the Neuro 40. They got the focus and memory. They got the what is that, Anna? The turmeric.
Turmeric.
The turmeric.
Polyphenols.
I'm gonna get some of those too. They're gonna send me a whole bunch of these. Dan eats 2 to 3 to 4 a day. They recommend 2, but you can go 4 and have that really healthy heart. Go to superbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
GETSUPERBEETS. Get superbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
And use promo code Bubba. And thank you, Human, for letting us do a couple other of the new products too, starting in a few weeks. Excited to get on those Neuro 40s.
Make me smarter.
No, we need to find something to make you dumber. So we can even it out a little bit.
We can just hang out, Dr. Dan. I'll make you dumber.
Just hang out with Lummy more. I'll spend some more time with Lummy. And maybe I'll do a fecal transplant from Lummy to dummy me down some.
There you go.
We were talking about Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania that beat Dr. Oz, and one of the very highly contested senator. Hell, if Oz and Herschel would have won, the Senate would be different, would it not?
Sure would.
2 horrible candidates the GOP put up. They could have found anybody, right?
Oh,
Maybe not anybody, but
looking for superstars.
Yeah, well, the superstars lost to Fetterman.
I mean, the
how
coverage.
Superstar are you when you're getting beat by Fetterman?
Country Girl 92 gifted 5 subs on Kick.
That's for you, Country Girl.
I watched the debate in Pennsylvania between Fetterman and Dr. Oz, and Dr. Oz destroyed him in the debate, and no one gave him credit for that because Fetterman couldn't put 3 words together. And it was pathetic, it was sad, it was frustrating, it was awkward, and it was a decimation of Fetterman and his intellect. It was so obvious that it was a professional fighting a high school kid. And it was, and the media glazed right over it.
What major urban city is involved in this? Pittsburgh,
Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh. 2 very urban cities, and
that's what determines. But you know what? Urban cities are what determine the presidency now.
And they were really trying to avoid that. The whole point behind the electorates was so that New York and California wouldn't control elections, or one state that was really heavily populated wouldn't control an election. And so the whole point behind every state having a certain number of electorates is so there's some more parity amongst the states, and so that a presidential election wouldn't be so tainted by 1 or 2 different states.
Yeah, but now the states or the Democrats or whoever have figured out let's just get all of the biggest cities in each state,
and the population is concentrated there,
and make sure that people of Democratic descent, converge upon these areas. And so, if you're a Georgia, you can turn the whole entire state blue just by the way Atlanta goes.
Yes, that's true.
If you are Phoenix, and we're talking about historically red states, but if you're Phoenix, you can turn the entire red state of Arizona blue by just Phoenix. If you're Minneapolis, Minnesota, you can turn the entire state with one city. Minneapolis.
Completely agree.
Wisconsin, Madison, Milwaukee. Boom. Michigan. Detroit, well, Michigan's a whole thing in itself. Ohio, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Columbus, right?
Yeah. Right. And so the major metropolitan areas
Illinois,
are where everyone's
Chicago.
Focused. Yeah. And Chicago's super blue.
Pennsylvania, Philly, Pittsburgh. Boom.
And so what I really don't understand, and I'm going to risk being a little controversial here, is why the African American vote is so monolithically Democrat. When the Democrats were the ones that were the party of the KKK, the Republicans the ones that freed the slaves, and the Democrats, despite saying that they're the champions of the African American, have really done zero.
It was LBJ, the war on poverty. He flipped the demographic. Because he knew he couldn't win the election. I think it was LBJ. I could be wrong.
No, it was LBJ.
He knew that he couldn't win the election without the African American vote, and he knew all of those things that Dan just mentioned. KKK, the Republicans were the ones that freed the slaves. So he said, "What can we do?" And he said, "Let's offer them money. Let's give them subsidies. We'll give them subsidized housing, handouts, things like that, because a lot of them were poorer." And he did that, and since then, most African Americans have voted blue.
You're right. You know what? She's dead on.
Well, it happened before that. It happened when JFK got Martin Luther King out of jail, and Nixon couldn't do it. Nixon tried, half-ass. JFK did it, and that was the initial
Nixon,
wave.
You mean as senators?
As candidates.
Oh, as candidates.
When they were running against each other, and remember Nixon was so sweaty in that debate?
In Chicago.
There was two things that really hurt Nixon. Number one was the sweaty and the horrible debate performance he had.
In Chicago.
and that was covered accurately.
Do you know why I know it was in Chicago? When I worked at B96, it was owned by CBS, and it was my radio studios were in the same studios as the Channel 2 WBBM television studios.
That's where the debate was?
And the debate was at those studios, and they actually had two chairs that were permanently nailed on the ground.
Oh, really?
And you could sit in them. I sat in Nixon and JFK's. I wish I could find my pictures.
That's cool.
But they were actually stools. They were actually on stools. Let me see if you can find the debate.
Yep.
And let me see if I'm right or not. But I think there were two gray stools that they sat on. And Dan, they had them permanently affixed to the ground in this small little studio where they taped this. And that was I didn't even know how big of a deal it was back then. I just whatever. I mean,
it was a monumental shift in
American history. And I know they've knocked that building down now. So, I know they knocked that building down now, so it no longer exists. But wasn't that the 1960 or 61?
It's 1960.
1960 debate. And you're saying this debate is what hurt Nixon?
I haven't watched this, but
the debate hurt Nixon because Nixon was sweating, and JFK looked cool and calm, and just destroyed him in his looks.
Those are the chairs, right?
And then around the same time, MLK was jailed. Nixon did a half-assed attempt to try to get him out, even with Eisenhower, and they couldn't do it. And John F. Kennedy was able to get him out. JFK got out MLK.
Did you send this to me?
I did.
Oh, Anna did.
I didn't watch it yet, but it wasn't too long, so I thought maybe check it out.
Maybe this will be someone. Maybe if we watch this under the informative deal.
Yes.
Because we don't know.
Mm-mm.
Dan speculated, right, Dan?
As did I.
But we don't know.
We don't know what?
why the majority of black voters are Democrats.
Oh, we just told you.
Well,
but let's see what they say.
No, that's what I'm saying. we know Dan's theory, right? And what you think as a very smart, educated man.
And what I've read and seen.
Let's see if it's validated by this newsy piece.
You actually probably have to go back over a century to begin telling the story, right? African Americans start out when they become essentially enfranchised. They do so because of the Civil War and Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. And
who's Republican?
Therefore, African Americans sort of by default become Republicans because that is the party of emancipation.
Right.
The Republican Party, while it's in favor of emancipation, is not really a natural place to put African Americans, especially as the Republican Party goes through the late 1800s and early 1900s and goes through some sort of realignments inside itself and turns away from a possible progressive move with Theodore Roosevelt and becomes increasingly in the early 20th century more the party of white-collar business interest, upper-class interest. But now you get African Americans moving into the North where they can vote. And they begin to find the appeal of Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal very attractive. They begin increasingly to identify with the Democratic Party.
But didn't everybody? Everybody liked FDR's New Deal. Like, that's why he served 4 terms and everybody liked, right?
Right. They were all on that bandwagon.
Right. Everybody, white, black, green, Martian, it didn't matter. Everybody. He had America sold because we were in such bad, coming from the depression of the early 30s, we were in such a bad spot that he rolled up in here with this New Deal. It didn't matter if you're white or black, man. I'm signing up for that.
It doesn't happen overnight, right? Partisan attachments take a while to erode during the late 30s and early 40s and late 40s to turn from a party that had been held hostage to states' rights in the South to one that was willing to embrace civil rights. You see that in the behavior of Harry S. Truman, right, who's going to integrate the armed services by executive order after World War II. You see that in the 1948 Democratic Convention. Then Senator Hubert Humphrey from Minnesota gets up and says, it's time for us to walk out of the shadow of states' rights into the bright sunshine of civil rights. At the same time, the Republican Party is struggling with its history of emancipation and civil rights. You get someone like Dwight Eisenhower, who says that integration, desegregation should go slow. That sort of personifies some of this movement of the Republican Party away from its traditional belief in civil rights and extending rights to
Dwight D., you did it all.
African Americans, especially by the mid-1960s. You get Lyndon Johnson, who's going to take the lead.
See the sharp turn? That's right where,
exactly
Eisenhower didn't get him out of jail, and JFK did.
Nixon didn't.
Yeah.
Nixon tried to use Eisenhower as muscle.
Nixon didn't. I read an article. Nixon didn't even pick up the phone.
Right.
He
there you go,
even pick
Nixon.
up the King's call, who was a staunch Republican at the time, and then MLK's wife, because they only had one hope, so they called it Bobby Kennedy, and then Kennedy called his brother.
I mean, it's all Nick. You know what? It's Nixon.
It's Nixon Kennedy.
And you know what? You were right on that. You said that. It was Nixon Kennedy, the debate, and that Nixon was a dick.
And it was 3 weeks before the presidential election, a race too close to call. And
it was the October surprise.
And that flipped a lot of the Southern
Nixon.
Republican.
Who's going to take the lead on the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And by that point, the ship is cooked, right?
Nikki peeled 200 on the Venmo lummy.
Thank you.
And with a hot-ass wife. Jesus.
The Republican Party opposes it.
Yeah, and then we had Barry Goldwater, who couldn't have been more of the most racist. I mean, he was... Didn't he get himself in a lot of trouble from a lot of stuff that he did, Barry Goldwater?
I'm not really familiar with him.
Its standard bearer, Barry Goldwater, opposes it in 1964. He calls it a piece of communistic legislation. At that point, I think the door closes, right?
Yeah. Goldwater and Nixon is what did it for the Republican Party with regards to being appealing for African Americans. When the when the Republican Party under Abraham Lincoln is the party that really, really freed the slaves, and then they got a couple jokers in here, Richard Nixon with the Barry Goldwater kicker, and African Americans are like, no way, we're out of here. You guys are a bunch of dicks.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, we got Lyndon B. Johnson with the Kennedy kicker that's taken Dr. Martin Luther King, who is our spokesperson and who is is really the head of the African Americans, as far as such as U.S. Americans. Right? I mean, Dr. Martin Luther King was very well respected.
He was as big as it got.
He was as big as they got. He was a superstar. And you're not going to get him as a president of the United States. You're not even going to take his call.
Right.
When you have all of that in the wings of potential.
So I think to summarize this, it was a 3-point plan. It was pre MLK, when the Democrats started working towards civil rights. It was that MLK, which showed that really sharp change you see in the mid-'60s,
Yes.
was MLK, JFK, and Nixon. And then it was solidified, like Anna said, with more of these public, essentially, entitlement programs that Johnson promoted. So I think the three of them really solidified it.
That was a trilogy.
African Americans.
And it stayed the same this whole time.
Active are Democrats.
Wesley Hudson, 25 on the cash app.
Dan, you nailed it, and Newsy nailed it. Let's see was it Dark Match Steve?
Yes, it is.
If you have,
talking about
we're going to bring you more of John Dickerson's.
Talking about Fetterman.
Dickerson.
This is Fetterman.
Yes, it is.
By Dark Match Steve.
Yes, it is.
If you have, and they also realize is that now they have a guaranteed way to be saved by no matter how,
what?
Waiting for him to talk. Did his heart stop? Call Dr. Oz. Tell him we need.
Would it have been cool if Fetterman would have stroked out during a debate and Oz would have saved him?
And they still would have vilified Oz.
Probably.
They still would have found fault.
Probably.
Right? Didn't do the chest compressions fast enough.
Someone to translate this speech. As he opens his mouth, he can't control it. He speaks so badly, I hope he's trolling. Don't lie and say you made sense of it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks,
This is awesome.
This is actually pretty damn good.
It's awesome.
Something we should
put it on.
Even though we might get did he make it with a copyright, Willie? Did he make it copy free?
He usually tries to play the instrument himself on all of them.
And see if he did on this, because if he did, man, this could go viral.
Yeah.
As long as we're not doing any copyright infringement or that, or find one or recreate it, because this is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And have Rhett make a video of him just being a bumbling idiot, not Steve Fetterman.
Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman.
Good job, Dark Match Steve, my little spinner.
So good.
Can't understand Fetterman.
And let's also talk about the elephant in the room. I had a stroke, and I might miss some words during this debate, mush two words together, but it knocked me down, but I'm going to keep coming back up.
Talking to himself, 'cause no one else can understand him but himself.
I'm the only person on this stage right now that has
His mind goes blank, he's having a stroke again, and we're waiting for the words to roll off his tongue. If you voted for him, you're really dumb. Don't lie and say you made sense of it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks, it sounds like gibberish. Can't understand Fetterman. Don't lie and say you comprehend it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks, it's worse than Joe Biden. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman.
If I then SNAP requirements for works for hungry people, but not about protecting the taxpayers that will bail no matter whatever does about a bank.
He is so good, DMS. Oh my God.
DMS, man.
Nice.
That needs to be a standalone. That was really
Yeah,
good
that
and
was
creative.
really- that
and
was good.
Well produced and all the above. What the hell?
Escape to Morocco.
Yeah.
That's for you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, that 1960 debate, Dan's right, but that was the first televised debate, and Nixon refused to wear makeup or powder down. But if you survey the radio listeners, Nixon won that debate, but on the TV viewers, Nixon got killed in that debate because he looked so clammy and nervous.
Sounded good, but looked bad. And the radio made him sound good, and the TV made him look bad. So it was, right?
Exactly. And then the mob actually got Kennedy elected in Illinois. Illinois turned that election.
Right. Joe Kennedy called up the Chicago mob and said, listen, we've got to get, so they got to hold all their union workers and all their poll workers, and they switched Illinois to Kennedy, and then Bobby Kennedy gets in there and starts screwing with the mob, and the mob calls Joe Kennedy up and says, "Listen, son of a bitch,
WTF?
We got your snotty ass little son in there by flipping Illinois. Now get your bucktooth Bobby off of us." And bucktooth Bobby kept the pressure on him, and John took a lick in Dallas. That's how it went down.
You got it exactly right. And I just want to add, I'm up here in Pennsylvania, and the Fetterman thing makes me sick, and what they did to Oz and what they did to Mastriano, no matter what Republican would have ran, they vilified him so much, none of them would have had a chance.
And Trafo and Kennedy's death in Dallas was supposed to take place in Tampa a day or two earlier, but it rained, and they put the top on the limo and took a different route because it rained, or he would have taken a lick in Tampa, courtesy of Santos Trafficante.
Well, if Lee Harvey Oswald didn't get Kennedy, somebody else would have, and if
I don't know that Lee Harvey got him. I think Lee Harvey with about two backups got him. That's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kennedy and Lincoln were both dead men walking. Whoever got him, somebody else would have gotten them if they didn't get it when they did.
Yeah, I mean, and meanwhile, if Joe just told Bucktooth Bobby, lay off the Teamsters and the boys, because that's what got us to the dance, that Bucktooth son of a bitch wouldn't. That's how stuff happens around here.
And then they got Bobby about 6 years later.
Yeah, Sirhan, UPO. See you later, buddy.
Man. I'm going to email you with my new info.
Yeah, show@thebubbaarmy.com. Email me pictures or just a quick, hello.
D-pics.
No D.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
What?
We don't want.
You don't?
No.
Oh.
Send them all to
I might email a few comments about Anna, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about Anna and how horrible she is.
Horrible bitch.
But Anna's awesome.
Appreciate you, buddy. Anna, you know what? At that point, when you do those little outbursts, that's what you really want. Those are.
I just think it'd be kind of. Well, don't do it, but it'd be a little funny if, you just kept getting D-pics.
That's what you want.
Just funny.
Nobody else wants D-pics.
Nope.
But you do.
Oh.
You blurted it out.
Sorry.
Now we get D-pics. So I'm going to have the merch crick print them out and put them on your desk every morning.
Perfect.
There you go. D-pics.
You can guess who it belongs to.
Right. And I hope they're really gnarly looking, just disgusted ones, too.
Find a safe place and stay there. The four horsemen of the apocalypse asked him for advice.
Oh, God.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Yes, Lummy, what?
We need to do one extra human today.
Oh, so I already did one.
I know. We need to do one more. And then you saw the stern thing on the button bar, right?
Yeah, I'm going to do that next.
Okay. Was there a rugged white male from Miami? Sure does, Snaz. Morning, Miss Carrie, baby.
Ooh.
Small now. Happy birthday, Delta Cope. No, D-Rock, nice. I would have done it if it was only 100 a year instead of 500 or 400. $100 isn't that bad. Pay more, right? Pretty good. 1,800 for you too. That's not bad.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
Because it pulls the other side. I mean, the nose guard comes in.
Right. So Corbin snaps it. Right. And we fake hand off to Gronk. And then fucking their guy's gonna come in, and we just
Makes sense. Okay, you can do that.
or we fake hand off to little Danny.
Right.
With a fake pitch, set hut, fake pitches, which is considered a fake handoff.
Right.
Right. Then the guy comes in, and you either dump it off to Danny, or you do your Gronk release or your Corbin release.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on what the quarterback has to read the nose guard.
He's pretty good at making a decision based on what a player does.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's all based on what that guy knows. If the nose, and you tell the quarterback this: if the nose guard stays with Coben or Gronk, then you give it to Danny on the rollout.
If he comes in,
then you dump it off.
right, makes sense. Makes perfect sense.
Right?
That's a good play.
And you could do that all day till they stop it.
Right.
Because they can't.
Right, you can't.
And then you have one of your real good guys snap it, like JJ, or JJ's the fake handoff, and you dump it to him.
Dump it.
Who is our team good tonight? We're playing.
No. We should win.
Good.
And we'll have fun with it, like that last game that we coached together.
Yeah.
It should be one of those kinds of games. Yeah, the song. The Edie Brickell song.
Let me ask DMFs if that's original.
I already did. I'm waiting for him to. He hasn't responded yet.
Oh yeah, I've heard this before.
Yeah, you've heard the song.
She's popular when the 80s.
Yeah. She's a cute girl too.
Mm-hmm.
Nikki Peel, thank you so much.
She was a little kind of, you know, granola-y sort of.
Yeah. I could see that.
And if you think about it, you know, Paul Simon was like one of the original hippies.
Mm-hmm.
Before he didn't really have the long hair much, but he was, you know,
No,
they were listening
about
to
some real shit.
They were listening to his music. The hippies were listening to the sound
Right,
of funk.
that was the sound.
That was their
Times.
yeah, exactly.
That and like Bob Dylan.
Mickey Wesley, Hudson.
So those chicks in the 70s he was singing to, she looked like in the 90s.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, exactly what I've been looking for 20 years.
Yep. Nice age gap there. 24 years.
Good age gap.
Right?
Say anything between 15 and 35 is good.
Okay. Good to know.
We were talking about your
Husband,
3-year age gap yesterday. I'm like, 3. I'm 30.
Had a 0, bitch.
you're a 22-year-old girl, a 22-year-old guy has absolutely nothing to offer you.
You're looking to settle down.
Yeah, zero.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. My friend was having so many problems because she's 35, and these guys that are her age are dating 24.
Right,
obviously,
exactly.
you know, like, it's just the nature of the game.
Why I've thrown away one boyfriend too many.
Live from Tampa, Florida, home of the big, fat, greasy bitch, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And now, here's your host, Bubba the Love Sponge.
If you have, I mean, like, and they also realize is that now they have a guaranteed way to be saved by how, you know.
Waiting for him to talk. Did his heart stop? Call Dr. Oz. Tell him we need someone to translate this speech. As he opens his mouth, he can't control it. He speaks so badly, I hope he's trolling. Don't lie and say you made sense of it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks, it sounds like gibberish. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman.
And let's also talk about the elephant in the room. I had a stroke, and I might miss some words during this debate, mush two words together, but it knocked me down, but I'm going to keep coming back up.
Talking to himself, 'cause no one else can understand him but himself.
I'm the only person on this stage right now that has
His mind goes blank, he's having a stroke again, and we're waiting for the words to roll off his tongue. If you voted for him, you're really dumb. Don't lie and say you made sense of it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks, it sounds like gibberish. Can't understand Fetterman. Don't lie and say you comprehend it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks, it's worse than Joe Biden. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman.
occupied when then SNAP and requirements for works for hungry people, but not about protecting the taxpayers, you know, that will bail no matter whatever does about a bank that crashes.
Yeah, you're out lawn dogging, you're out busting your ass doing lawn maintenance like our buddy, of course, Aaron from Average Joe. I think Aaron told me, Lummy, that in the next year, because he switches out, like he gets 2 mowers every like 3 or 4 years, new ones.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have any Skag stuff right now, but the next 2 that he buys, when it's time for the other 2 to be timed out, he's going Skag commercial.
Awesome.
Go to skag.com, SCAG.com. Get you anything from a 42-inch, 41-inch to a full-blown 72 6-footer with a full-blown Kubota liquid cool 3-cylinder Kohler diesel or Kubota diesel. I'm a little bit off today. I'm so sorry. Let me, if I get a new Kubota, a new Skag, I'm gonna get the striping rollers on it so that when you mow, it like makes the grass go run one way, so when you go the other way, the grass goes like, you know how the baseball fields
like
do it?
Yeah, like the outfields.
Yeah, I'm getting one of those,
That's
buddy.
awesome. That's how they mow my lawn. I love it that way.
It's called striping bars.
Yep.
Skag.com, my friend. They make blowers, they make aerators, they make walk behinds, they make full-blown zero turns, and my buddy Randy is the head blade sharpener and technology of blade technician. He's my guy. I may not get a free mower, but I'll get free blades on whatever mower I got.
Awesome.
Because of Randy. Skag.com. Only if you're serious. If you want to go get you a Toro or a Craftsman or a Cub Cadet and be little Suburbia Willie.
Ryobi.
So be it. Yeah, Ryobi. Go get you a Ryobi. But if you're a man and you want something that's built strong in America, Wisconsin, if you will.
And you use DeWalt or Snap-on tools, then buy a Skag.
Buy a Skag, buddy, if you're a real man. If you paint your fingernails black, buy a Ryobi.
Right. If you got testicles, buy a Skag.
if you got a set of balls on you, buddy, and you want something that's made in America, it's going to last forever, buy a Skag.
Hell yeah.
Skag.com, made proudful in America, Wisconsin.
America.
Man's mower, if you will.
Yep.
A man's mower, if you will.
Yeah.
Thank you, Randy, for all you do.
David Wright, $20 on the Cash App.
Thank you. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Today is Friday, and I was sick yesterday.
It is Friday. Oh, my God.
It is Friday, Anna.
My brain is
Don't
fried.
freak me out.
Thought it was Thursday. I don't even know what's going on.
And Anna, not only is it Friday, but we're off Monday.
I know.
Lummy, you got that best of checked 4,700 times?
Yes, I do.
Kill you. Absolutely kill you.
Las Vegas Mario, $20 on the Venmo.
Hey, Las Vegas Mario, how are you? Howard, a couple days ago, was talking about Ronnie's wedding. And I don't know if Howard is familiar with the travel nightmare that I had from Reno, but the one good thing, the one saving grace about going to Ronnie's wedding is that there's no connectors. That's what messed me up with Southwest was the connectors. It wasn't it was just the connecting flights because you're just doubling your chance to have a problem. And boy, did I have a problem. I still haven't heard back from Southwest. I've emailed customer service. You owe me $200 for my hotel room. Bunches. Listen, want to get delayed?
I understand your frustration. I thought that your experience was absolutely disgraceful.
It was the worst.
Suck. So when is Ron's wedding?
I think it's October.
Dr. Dan's Moving Onion Maker, $10 on the Cash App.
Thank you, buddy.
Bubba said he's flying to Vegas for Ronnie's wedding on Spirit Airlines.
Good. On Spirit.
I'm telling you, I'm not necessarily counting on this, but I wouldn't be surprised, as cool as Howard is to me and as fair and here's Howard's MO. If he doesn't like you, he just doesn't bring you up. Because his forum and his stage is so big that even bringing you up on the I don't like ya is putting you over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's right. It's exposure.
Like even if he's like, man, I hate this guy. This guy's man cow. And they suck. I hate him. Well, you're still putting the guy over a little bit because you're introducing
talking about
about on your large. You're the king of all media, and on your very large and very established forum. So by Howard, constantly talking about me just shows you how close we are, how much he really likes me. And maybe he's saying now that he can't go to Sirius and say, hey, listen, put Bubba back on. Maybe he can't. Maybe he didn't want to. But I just got a sneaky suspicion that maybe the last couple weeks or months that he's there when he knows it's over. See, he doesn't quite know it's over yet. But when he knows it's over and I'm not coming back because I got more money, I got generational wealth. I mean, like his daughter's daughter's daughter is going to be a millionaire. So, I mean, his gardeners.
Not if we keep having inflation and these taxes.
Well, yeah, true. So
keep electing Democrats.
I think Howard is really deep down such a good friend that I think he could go to Sirius and say, not for nothing, but if I was to make one suggestion on somebody that could potentially, my audience accept, not as a replacement. I'm not trying to replace Howard. I'm just trying to do a show that his audience may stick around for. I'm not as good as he is. I don't proclaim to be as good as he is, but I was handpicked and anointed by him, and he does like me, and he likes my style of radio, my no-nonsense, Midwestern kind of uneducated, stupid, knuckle-dragging, shtick, if you will.
But you are right, though. Your interview skills are almost as good as his, if not equal to his. And if you had an interview-weighted show with guests and a continuous flow of guests like he has, you would absolutely maintain his audience.
If I had Howard's resources, I could.
International.
Hold on. If I had Howard's resources, I could at least maintain the majority of his audience. I really do.
And maybe grow it.
I really do. I really think I could maintain his audience with his blessing, and I would have it a standing policy. They could even keep it. They could even keep it named after him. Howard. I'll be the morning man on Howard 100, and Howard can call in anytime he wants. Or if Howard be like, you know what, I want to do a week's worth of show, and then I just got to back off and let him do it. I really think that on the last 6 months of Howard's deal, when he knows for a fact he's not coming back, he could potentially suggest me to them.
Miss Carrie Baby 20 on the Venmo.
Love her.
Bubba said he's flying to Vegas for Ronnie's wedding on Spirit Airlines.
Good.
You don't hear Howard talking about anybody else?
Nope.
On Spirit. Oh, my.
Yeah, to avoid high prices.
And see, Howard knows that I'm a grinder. Like, the industry has tried to kick me out. The industry has tried to make me not be in the industry. The industry has tried. The industry does not want me. For whatever reason, they don't want me. And Howard knows that I don't give up. I'm just straight hillbilly, white trash, won't give upness. I just won't give up. I just keep trying to take that last breath, even when your boot is on my neck. I just won't give up. And I think Howard has never seen a radio personality, fight and not give up as much as me.
That Spirit charges for baggage. He's shipping his clothes in a box ahead of time. So Bubba's all in.
See, Howard's amused by this, because this is a complete life that he's not used to, right?
Yeah.
Howard takes a private plane to wherever he's going. He's worth $1 zillion. I have to take Spirit and ship my clothes because I can't pay for the $240 it takes for carry-ons. So I'm shipping mine to the UPS store for $39.50.
Here's a clip from the Bubba Show.
I'm going to on Monday, which, by the way, Andy or whoever, thank you for editing this because this was on an uncensored show and I dropped some F-bombs and S-bombs. So, Rhett, you and Macho Man, thank you. Oh, yeah, I was watering things up and then I edited it up. Yeah. Or maybe even Friday of the week before. Ship all of my suit, my shoes, my toiletries. I'm going to take a box about the size of the boxes that the T-shirts fit in, and I'm going to put all of the merch crick in there and all of my crick in there. And then what I'm going to have the merch crick do is I'm going to print another return label so that on Friday, we leave Saturday. That's Howard laughing in the background. On Saturday, I will literally take the clothes that I'm going to wear on the plane, box the rest of this up, find a UPS store.
How much is that?
You got to love Bubba. I mean, I miss that guy. He's the greatest.
He's always thinking. He's got a plan in place.
So if they like me that much, which I know they do, throw me a bone, cuz I'm hurting.
Yeah, I love it. Bubba's producer, speaking of Bubba, pulled a picture of my staff all together in Miami. And Bubba had some comments on how people looked in the studio after so many years of working from home. And Bubba was very honest in his evaluation.
There's the new
Miami.
There's the new Sirius XM Miami studios. I don't know why they're building studios when people don't need studios anymore. So Howard there. And then
it's Chris, Sal, JD, Gary, and Ronnie. JD looks like he gained a little weight.
Lummy, you're the one that got us in trouble.
Way to go, Lummox.
Way to go, Lummy. That's been a common theme lately.
Howard likes talking about his weight. That's all he talked about for the next week.
Shut up. Yeah, JD did gain some weight.
Yeah.
Gary looks good.
Yeah.
Ronnie looks good.
How old's Ronnie again?
Ronnie's about 100.
And how old is his bride to be?
About 44. Which is, by the way, Dan, kind of boobs is his, what kind of boobs does Ronnie's wife have?
Diacos.
That's right.
Ooh. Yeah.
Howard looks good.
Yeah.
Thank God JD took a hit.
Or
Yeah, he was the one who got the bomb dropped on him.
So anyway, that's Howard talking about us going to Ronnie's wedding. I was maybe thinking about canceling Ronnie's wedding.
I can't now.
Due to the horrible experience I had flying back from Reno. But at least Ronnie's wedding is on Spirit, which supposedly is not much better, if not worse, than Southwest on delays. But it's a direct deal. It's
there
a direct
and back.
There and back. So, and I don't think the resort that I'm going to, the Ronnie Resort, I'm going to call it that, charges you $40 a day for a microwave.
Well, they probably have a facility fee, though.
It's also not in Reno,
they do have a facility fee, and it's larger than the Reno one.
And you probably get a free microwave.
Yeah, but yeah,
that's
free.
Nice.
I mean, the facility fee wouldn't be so bad. The $39.95 a day facility fee, if they didn't kill you for $40 a day on the micro. You can't have them both.
Ridiculous.
You just can't have them both.
You know, I've seen these fees before, but I've never in my life seen a microwave fee.
Yeah, and you know what, Dan? You heard me call the woman live. Like, were you here on the show? When
I
I called.
Like, sorry, they're $40 a day, and we ain't got none.
Right. Hello.
Hey, this is Jesse from New Jersey.
Hi, Jesse.
When you play clips of Howard talking about you, do you have to get permission to play that stuff?
No, I mean, I
contact Gary.
I don't. I just play it. I've never had a problem. I think if there was to be a problem, Howard would let me know. But because he uses some of my audio to, do you know what I'm saying? Because he's using because I think it kind of is a wash, because since he's using some of my audio to talk about me from my airwaves, then it washes itself out. Like, I own that. What's that?
He's not playing some jobber, he's playing you. And that just goes to show that, he's a big fan of you guys.
And here's the deal, man. Howard's World, they got his stuff locked down quite extensively. And so I know that we've played other stuff of Howard and we don't get a copyright violation because they don't enforce it on us, because we're usually just playing short little clips of Howard talking about us. Plus, so I think that us not getting a copyright violation probably isn't a testament to, how much Howard likes us at the end of the day.
Right. He's not complaining.
What's that? All right. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, Howard has to complain. You don't get a violation unless someone complains. And so if he's not bitching about it, then it's fine.
As long as we don't show any video, YouTube will leave us alone too.
Right. The Oath Keepers founder, Stuart Rhodes, sentenced to 18 years in prison for the January 6th deal. What did he organize it all, or like?
Dude, this is such a trumped-up charge.
Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday night. We begin.
This is like putting a guy in jail for life because he has $350 worth of crack on him. This is a disgraceful sentence.
Punishment doesn't fit the crime.
This guy was just running around on the thing. They weren't trying to overthrow the government with signs and a majority of unarmed people. To overthrow a government requires a military coup. That was not done.
Truck.
We were talking about
if this guy had pulled up, if this guy pulled up with 100 pickup trucks that all had 50 cow guns mounted in the back, and they are all fatigued, and they were all fatigued up, and they drove up onto the courthouse, into the Capitol steps,
and tried to firefight. Yes, they should all be killed. Yes,
treason, if you will.
Treason. Yes, hang them and kill them. Right. This is not what happened. You're talking about a lot of people that were, and now in retrospect, rightfully pissed off because of the distorted and false narrative that was propagated throughout the entire Trump presidency and the 2020 election. All of the BS that they had to sort through, the ballot harvesting, the stories that were repressed, that were negative to Biden, the stories that were accentuated, that were turned out to be completely false against Trump. And you had a big chunk of America, 75 million people, that were pissed off. So they go to Washington and they protest, and then they go into the Capitol, and they weren't trying to take over the government. They were trying to protest the same way that remember back in the day, there were protests that were so violent at the White House that Trump had to go into the safety bunker underneath the White House. And it was cool when when the people overran Congress. It was cool when they overran Wisconsin's Senate and government building for like 30 days. They occupied it. That's cool. But God forbid these guys walk into the Capitol for an hour and they have to go to jail for 18 years
Technically,
for sedition. It's ridiculous.
This guy never went into the Capitol.
This guy didn't even go into the Capitol. So
He did have an eye patch.
trumped up and overcharged these guys.
Oh, don't forget, he got an eye patch.
He had an eye patch. He was a pirate.
They called him the general.
Now, hold on. Did this guy, was he armed?
No.
Nope.
All right, so he didn't have any guns on him. He didn't have any weapons on him.
Nope.
He supposedly maybe organized this thing, never went in.
Right, but he didn't do as much
Jay's here.
motivating as even that guy Ray Epps. What happened to him? Nothing happened to him because he was probably a CIA or FBI or government asset like the other dozens of people on the ground that were egging these people on. The whole thing was a setup. It was shameful, and they're completely blowing this out of proportion.
Who tried him?
Who tried who?
This guy.
DC, I believe. DC courts.
Judge Amit Mehta.
Now, this was
I believe the guy was just literally walking in a formation with like 6 other guys.
No,
and
he
they
never
were,
went in.
He never even walked in?
Never went inside the
He
Capitol.
sent text messages that they got that said, "We aren't getting through this without a civil war, and the final defense is us and our rifles." And they said that he was like a general on the battlefield.
That's the First Amendment right there.
Let me play it. Let's play it from Nora O'Donnell last night, CBS News.
Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday night.
Looks
We
good
begin tonight with the first in a wave of sentencings of the 10 people convicted of seditious conspiracy for their role in the pro-Trump January 6th assault on the Capitol. Well, today a federal judge handed down the most severe prison sentence to date to the eye-patched founder of the Oath Keepers.
That's his crime, is wearing an eye patch.
The 58-year-old leader of the far-right and anti-government militia was sentenced to 18 years in prison for his crimes. Rhodes remained defiant, declaring himself a political prisoner. Well, prior to the sentence, the judge had harsh words for Rhodes, saying he led his followers during the insurrection in what amounted to domestic terrorism. The judge also told Rhodes that he presents, quote,
was this federal or local?
Federal.
Okay, all right, hold on. And who was the judge appointed by?
Guarantee it's an Obama judge.
I guarantee you're right.
I guarantee you.
I guarantee you're right.
By Barack Obama.
Who?
Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Federal judges run this country. Federal judges run this country. Jay and Dan will tell you, on the federal level, one of the things you have to, because I've been tried federally, one of the things you have to keep in mind is who appointed them and which way they're going to go.
From the prosecutor to the judge to the defender, all of it. It matters who they're affiliated with.
Yep.
Are you on the right team or wrong team?
Yep.
Let me tell you about my judge and how.
Which one?
Well, my federal judge, and you don't even know this, but one of the thing, and let me tell you something. First of all, my judge was very fair. I feel we won the majority of the little hearings. You know, Jay, what are those called? Just
hearings.
Yeah, little hearings. We won almost every one of them, and within staying in the the bylaws of the settlement and what I can and cannot say, he let it be known through his magistrate that he didn't like this case and that he thought, without saying it, he told them, the opposing party, this might not work out so swell for you.
There were some motions which kind of he shot some some artillery over the bow to kind of let them know that.
Right. And
I mean,
so
there's some public filings that are out there.
Right. And so I'll tell you this. Here's what, and it's almost Jay will tell you on the federal level. If you ask for a new judge, it's really a big deal because you're really disrespecting the judge that you got.
Well, you never get him.
You better have the most ironclad conflict that Ray Charles could see.
Right. The irony is the judge who you're asking to recuse themselves is the one that rules on the recusal, and that decision is very rarely disrupted.
So I initially, when I found out the information on my judge, go to my lawyer Todd Foster, and I'm like, "There's no way we can get this judge to give me a fair trial." And he's like, "Well, why do you say that?" And I go, "Well, he was Philip Campbell's partner."
What?
You didn't know this? No, hold on.
What?
He was Phil Campbell's partner 18 years prior.
They're not friends.
In a little boutique shop that they had in St. Pete. And he was appointed under Clinton. And Todd Foster goes to me and says, "I know the problems that you have with Phil Campbell. I can assure you, I've been in front of this judge a lot, and you don't have anything to worry about." And I was almost like, as adamant as I was about firing
Greg Herring, I was just going to say.
And you know how animated I was there, and you calmed me down. And Todd Foster said, "Bubba, I will waive your legal fees." Now, at this point, we're $500,000-$600,000.
That's a big statement for Todd.
Yeah, for Todd. Todd's tight. I mean, Todd goes, That's
a huge statement.
Waive your legal fees if you can show me any prejudice at all that he's not being fair by the book. And I go, I'll take, because I had nothing to lose.
I'll take that.
I'll take that deal. And that guy.
Can you put that in writing?
And I'll tell you right now, his name's Judge Whitmore.
Oh, I know Judge Whitmore.
And he could not have been any more cool.
It's Whittemore, right? With an I? Whittemore? Judge Whittemore?
Yeah.
Yeah. First judge I ever tried a case in front of. A super good guy.
Appointed by Clinton and was Phil Campbell's partner for 3 years in a little boutique shop. But, Jay, you could see where I would say, Todd, we're going to get screwed here.
Yeah.
And Todd said, "No, you won't." Well, Judge James Whittemore.
Todd is smart enough to know that you fight when you should, not when you can. And that's hard for lawyers to understand. It takes a level of maturity because you can fight about everything, but you only fight when you should. So you could have fought on that one, but he knew without projecting at all. You file the motion, you irritate the judge, the motion's going to be denied, then you're going to get the prejudice.
Yep. And you're on the federal level, and it's just like, and he's like, you don't understand. These federal judges take it as an insult when you do that because you're insulting their fairness.
No doubt, because Trump can't get his judges recused in New York, and it's the same judge that just handled another trial where they found against him.
And I got to tell you, James Whittemore, the federal judge in the middle circuit of Florida, could not have been any fairer or any cooler than what he was in the midst of me going crazy.
He's a great guy, actually. I know exactly who the judge is.
And that should be the template for all judges.
That's
right. Fair.
He was so fair. And in fact, one time, Jay, these lawyers from New York that I was fighting, right? Well, Judge Whittemore has a very strict page policy.
Oh, he's got local rules. You better read the local rules, boys.
Now, what you guys don't realize is listen, Jay, isn't it even sad that I even know these things?
You are. I want you to be my legal assistant.
I need
please.
to be. So
I pay well.
He had 79 to 81 page page rule, which means your complaint cannot be over that.
Right.
And anybody that's local knows that's
Exactly.
So we go in there for the first time and Todd's seen their complaint and it's 109 pages. And Todd turns to me and Tom Bean and goes, "Watch this shiz show." So we get in there, and the Judge Whittemore goes, Mr. Foster, I have your complaint, thank you. And then he turns to the other counsel and goes, "Are you familiar with my local page rule?"
That's always a bad way to start a hearing.
And the guy stands up, Mr. Drucker or whatever, and goes, No, Your Honor, I don't. He goes, well, you might want to. He goes, up there in New York or Manhattan or wherever you guys are, I don't know how they're strict they are on, but I am very, very, very strict on a 79 to 81 Willie. And I would I'm giving you 48 hours to streamline this down to something that I will be able to read. And that's it. That was
It
our
probably took him 60 days to write it. And you have 24 hours to narrow it down.
He goes, that's all I got for today. Out. And we're like, Todd's like, that's called getting your ass chewed.
Yeah. Well, there's a local counsel who got his ass chewed by the out-of-state lawyers and said, why didn't you tell us the local rules, dude?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So anyway, James Whittemore, I don't know if this will ever get to you or not. You didn't do me any favors, but I'll tell you what, you're the fairest dude I've ever seen.
Fair's all you can ask for,
a
Judge.
Fair, straight up fair.
Yep.
Just straight up fair. Anyway, back to my. Again, it's a lot of times about who appointed you. Not on this level, like Florida. As much as it is in that Washington, D.C. fishbowl that they live in.
Well, do you remember, without saying names, local friends were under the scrutiny, and then the administration changed, and then the prosecutor changed, and then the whole status of everything changed, all within one election. And then it was over.
Yep.
It was done.
It's so people have no idea how political things
It was
really,
over.
really
One
are.
guy gets shipped out, another guy gets shipped in. Priorities change. That's over.
Yep.
Threat and
what should have been a process, a no process.
What should have been a no process from the beginning had somebody with a clear set of eyes look at it and go, "Come on, man, what are we doing here?"
But then the other guy's like, "No, I got my boss that says I'm
peril to this country, to the republic, and to the very fabric of our democracy."
So this guy never went in the Capitol building.
No. Was
not armed. Was supposedly the head of these people that did go in. And this guy's
isn't everything like it's going to destroy the fabric of our democracy? Everything is so inflammatory.
Right.
It's just they vilify the guys who have. There's little old ladies that just walk to the front of the Capitol, walked inside for 30 seconds, to getting prosecuted for a long time. Right. I mean, obviously, if you assaulted a cop, big deal, big difference. But an insurrection, like Danny said, requires an actual plan to overtake the government and replace it with your government. It's not to disrupt a congressional hearing like the people did in Tennessee 60 days ago over trans rights and gun rights. They did the same thing.
What
no
happened
one
to
got
them?
arrested.
Huh?
After the Tennessee shooting.
No. I'm going to say, what was the outcome?
Nothing.
Nothing.
They did nothing. They didn't arrest a single person.
How many people got arrested?
0.
How many is doing 18?
0.
So they talk about how dangerous this guy was. That was just again exercising his First Amendment rights and protesting
and being kind of a dick.
Probably, yeah, probably. But you reserve the right to be a dick.
A lot of people being kind of a dick.
I know there's no rule. Listen, I would have been in prison a long time ago if being a dick was illegal.
That was the standard. Dan would be too.
Guess who'd be my cellmate? You, Dan.
Right there.
All three
exactly.
of us.
You guys are both sentenced to 18 years for what? Being a dick?
That's it.
Start us off tonight from outside the courthouse. Good evening, Scott.
Your family testified against you in your dick trial. Your wife was the lead witness.
Star prosecution witness.
But this same Nora Donald is acting so solemn that this happened.
I know.
Just glanced over the fact that Obama, Biden, and Clinton tried to set up falsely Trump during his presidency, before his presidency, and after his presidency. There's a paper trail everywhere
sedition.
for it. No one even cares about that. They were literally trying
That's
to
a coup.
to take out the existing president, and no one thinks that's wrong. No one's vilifying those people. They're giving them pats on the back. They all got promotions. They all get to carry on their lives. Yet this guy exercises his First Amendment right to speak, and he's in jail for 18 years.
And Nora, good evening. The judge said January 6th imperiled American democracy and that Stewart Rhodes was a critical part of it. Then the judge issued a sobering warning about the risks that lie ahead. Stewart Rhodes is a Yale Law grad, a former service member and founder of the Oath Keepers, who was convicted of conspiring to...
Now,
Yale grad, lawyer...
Hold on. Hold your horses. I'm talking to 2 attorneys right now. And when you say Yale Law grad, isn't that... Now, I know...
I'm not that.
No, hold on. Isn't that pretty goddamn prestigious.
Are you,
as good as it gets.
You kidding me, man?
It's as good as it gets.
I'm talking to 2 lawyers.
My billboard would say, Diaco Law, Yale trained.
Yale!
Are you kidding me?
Diaco equals Yale.
In fact, Yale's better than Harvard as a law school.
It is.
But I'm just saying, like,
the preeminent law school in the nation.
But doesn't that just show you a little bit of the guy's moxie, so to speak, or intellect?
And former military
member and founder of the Oath Keepers, who was convicted of conspiring to mobilize his own.
I'm telling you right now, if DeSantis or Trump or whoever gets in, this guy is the first person I pardon. Right?
Somebody said he would. Anyone nonviolent, he said he would.
Fighting force at the Capitol.
I thought they
January
did walk
6th,
in like in a sequence.
planning
Dan.
weeks in advance to raise money, prepare gear, and to ready a team if then President Trump invoked the Insurrection Act, which Rhodes urged in a letter to Trump. Rhodes, who lost an eye in a firearms incident years ago, was also accused of leading a plot to stage guns as near the Capitol as possible January 6th. Federal Judge Amit Mehta called Rhodes an ongoing threat to America and handed down a sentence that'll keep Rhodes imprisoned until nearly 2040.
It's not only the longest sentence by a good amount, but it was backed up by the court saying, you, sir, present a threat to the fabric of democracy.
Rhodes argued at sentencing.
Hold on. I you know what? Because we're so far behind, I don't even know where to begin on how upset this makes me.
That he's a political prisoner, that he and other Trump supporters are being targeted by a regime, and he claimed the Oath Keepers were quiet professionals January 6th.
In your opinion, this may have been targeted for the prospect of a future pardon?
Yes, that's the only practical sense I can make of it. Now, it's possible, of course, he really...
Why aren't the Republicans in the Senate and in the Congress raising hell over this?
They're afraid. Other than Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and a few Republicans that are willing to speak their minds on it, everyone else is silent.
Afraid of what?
Afraid
of getting woked out?
Of just being lumped into like, oh, you support insurrectionists. Well, not everyone there was an insurrectionist.
He believes it and that he's completely deluded.
Judge Mehta warned Rhodes is undermining democracy and said we all now hold our collective breaths with an election approaching.
Be scared.
They didn't show any video of the guy in the Capitol, Dan. You're right.
Judge Mehta warned Rhodes is undermining democracy and said we all now hold our collective breaths with an election approaching.
You know what the purpose of this whole thing was? When they called it an insurrection and they dubbed these people insurrectionists and domestic terrorists, that allowed the federal government to deploy the same tactics that we did under the Patriot Act for foreigners for our own citizens. And since January 7th, 2020, we have had the federal government looking at parents, looking at political adversaries, including Trump supporters. They have purged the military of Trump supporters and anyone who may have posted anything pro-Trump or stop the steal. You know, that was the whole thing. The whole motto was stop the steal. And if you watched any of that town hall the other day, Trump said two things that I didn't even know. At 2:30, right as the insurrection began, he did a video to be peaceful. Cops are our friends. They support us, support law and order. Twitter took that down. And then at 4:30, he put up another tweet where it was a video from the Rose Garden. And he said, I did it from the Rose Garden. I did it without a script, a loud script. You know, unfortunately, the guy now needs a script. It's hilarious. But they took that one down, too. And so to this day, when Caitlin Collins said to him, why did you wait 3.5 hours? He said, I didn't. Read the speech beforehand. I said it's peaceful. And then read the initial tweet, which remains down, which happened right as it began.
Tweet. We can't
and
even
said,
get ours
don't
back.
do it. So he can't get his tweet back either. So he read it. And so that's the whole problem is this was a political hit job so that the deep state could monitor, trace, surveil, and persecute the Catholics who are, objecting to abortion. And, they are allowing the other side to do whatever they want in the name of quote unquote peaceful protest.
Lummy, you working on getting our Twitter back, Lummy?
Yeah, I reached out to Tom Bean.
Will we have another January 6th? That remains to be seen. In court, it was revealed Rhodes continues to rile his followers in jailhouse calls.
Is he going to continue trying to galvanize people around the country politically?
Only Rhodes can.
Isn't that a right?
Late today, another Oath Keeper convicted of seditious conspiracy, Kelly Meggs, was sentenced by the same judge to 12 years in prison. Nora, that lays down a marker with several more Oath.
Now, with Kelly and this other dude, can I ask just? I have to go to question. I have to go. I have to go to break. Did this dude that got 18 and the chick that got 12?
Kelly, I think he's a guy.
Oh, guy. Did either one of them go inside the building? And did either one of them have any type of weapon at all?
I don't think the first guy did because they didn't show any. I'm not sure about the second guy.
He did not go in.
He did not go in the building.
Eye Patch Willie.
They did not. They did not have weapons. I'm not sure about the second guy. I'm trying to find what.
So just by speaking, he's in jail for 18 years.
And that the Indian guy Bubba that tried to run into the White House with the U-Haul and kill the president.
Mm-hmm.
They dropped all his charges and he gets out this week.
That just happened?
Yeah.
Oh.
Some Indian guy took a U-Haul and was trying to get into the White House, and the barricade so rightfully stopped him right in his tracks. He couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But he nonetheless was trying to, blast on through there. He didn't get nothing.
See, that's the whole two-tier system of justice that Trump's talking about. And what he's doing brilliantly is when they persecute me, they're persecuting you. When they are attacking me they're arresting me.
I know,
but you know what? It's scary, man.
I want
It's
Shaq.
frightening.
I want
they're
Shaq.
doing this.
I want Shaq and Charles Barkley to be the president and vice president.
The first time this happened, which really showed me how scary the government was, is remember the
Shaq.
Benghazi thing, Dan? And they arrested that guy for posting a video when that was not the reason why Benghazi happened. The federal government rounded up some dude who was making videos about the Quran or something. You remember you were going to do something about the Quran at the time, Bubba.
Let's keep this thing moving right along.
All right, it's commercial break time.
Commercial break time. Let me do me a favor. Find me. I don't know when it was, but Charles Barkley. They ask him his opinion on a segment, and he takes way too much time, and then they try to throw it over to Shaq with only 30 seconds left, and Shaq says, "I'm not doing it. I'm tired of Charles taking all the time." And then Charles tries to get a little bit uppity, and Shaq tells him, "I'll beat your ass."
They're still just boys right now, friends.
He said, "I'll beat your ass." Can you find that for me? All right.
Quite simply, you're listening to pure filth. And he's damn proud of it. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
And what's your weekend like, Dan? Just got one game tonight. Is it? Yeah. Are they gonna waive all the rest of your games? Yeah. What? They are? They got fucked. They did? Yep. So is your record gonna be like 2-2 because they screwed your rest of your season? 3. Well, hey man,
Coach Clem will be there.
You improved. We'll be there.
Coach Clem's going to be there tonight.
Yeah. Coach Clem? Tonight. I thought there was Bubba 199.
No, not tonight.
Oh, okay. I haven't been to one of the games.
I will tell you, man, Dan fucking is a good coach, and he's got his fucking players. They got these little wristbands that he wears, and he's I mean,
for never having coached and knowing nothing about football other than just watching it, I think he's a great coach. He knows how to motivate kids. He's an old school coach. He'll yell at you if you're not doing well. He'll support you if you're doing great. And at the end of the day, he just wants them to have fun. I mean, he wants to win. They know he wants to win. But I guess the biggest compliment you can get, you tell me, is if a parent compliments you.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Apparently they liked you too, Bubba.
Yeah, they love me. Because I get on them a little bit.
Well, because you also know sports. I mean, I listened to you explain a couple of things.
The one game that Dan won 46-7 was the game that I coached.
Right. And you
for real.
Maybe you should come back around, brother.
Yeah. I was calling all the plays.
Danny's smart enough to know what he doesn't know. He'd be assistant to you. He'll be the GM, and you can do play calls.
I'll be Bubba Gruden. He could be Dan McKay.
Exactly. Bubba Gruden.
The underscore Bubba underscore Arnold, correct? Hey, good morning, Jay. Okay. Could you do me a favor? Hit share button. Yeah, hit the share button and then text that to me or send it to me on the Trillion, whatever works for you. We just need the link for the website.
You gotta almost have the song because and I can't listen to anything right now.
Unfortunately. Lummy, we got problems?
No.
Lummy, are we selling some products on our Amazon Willie?
Sure are. Bestseller. Penis bump.
Will you show me how to...
Yes.
Here, I got it right here. Come here. Or... Oops, hold on.
Can we come up there?
Yes.
Right.
I mean, do I go to our page?
Yes, because you're obviously logged in under...
Amazon.thebubbaarmy.com. Boom. Okay, there. Now what? I think there's your little bit.
You have to, okay, so you're not signed in. You have to sign in under the account.
Do you know the information? Is it this one right here?
I believe. Let me go double check.
You don't quite know, do you?
Not an email. I think it's Bubba 987.
You don't quite know, do you?
No, I don't know. Once it's logged in, I leave it logged in.
Because I want to start buying all my shit on there. Did you find the Shaq thing?
Sort of, yeah. There's a talking behind it. I was trying to find one without someone talking.
Shaq's the fucking man.
I love him too. I'm trying to find one without someone talking like that over it.
It's like all reaction videos.
Always. Like the party. Like that about
because there's so many.
Guys, this is
You ever think of doing that, Bubba? Reaction videos? Because I bet you can get some fucking funny reactions.
I'm trying to find. Hold on. Here we go. I think I got it right here. Right here.
Yeah.
Mr. Sensitive. No, ain't no Mr. Sensitive. Do it again. I'm putting on there. You go take up 8 hands, repeat your damn self. Mr. Sensitive. No, ain't no Mr. Sensitive. Do it again. I'm telling you right now. Don't you want to weigh in on this? No, I don't want to weigh in. No, don't do it. Don't do it, Shaq. You know, though. Mr. Sensitive. You know, I'm knock your ass out.
He tells someone to knock your ass out. That's the guy that needs to be the president.
He does.
That's pretty good. I know.
So let me, you don't know the information?
It's Amazon at thebubbaarmy.com.
I've seen how a lot of play music right now.
That's what I got. That's what the account.
That's what the account is under on this.
We're gonna have to do it privately because
I just think it's incredible when they sent you that. I was like, holy fuck, that's a trip. I found the baby Michael Jackson AI too, Bubba. I just sent you.
He's gonna tell you to send it to me, so if he plays out.
I apologize for interrupting your regular program.
Yo, Power Break. Hello. Should hit these with everything we got, sir.
Living vicariously through his bizarre world.
I get much proteins in my body.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And they also realize is that now they have a guaranteed way to be saved by no matter how, you know.
Waiting for him to talk. Did his heart stop? Call Dr. Oz. Tell him we need someone to translate this speech. As he opens his mouth, he can't control it. He speaks so badly, I hope he's trolling. Don't lie and say you made sense of it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks, it sounds like gibberish. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman.
And let's also talk about the elephant in the room. I had a stroke, and I might miss some words during this debate, mush two words together, but it knocked me down, but I'm going to keep coming back up.
Talking to himself, 'cause no one else can understand him but himself.
I'm the only person on this stage right now that has
His mind goes blank, he's having a stroke again, and we're waiting for the words to roll off his tongue. If you voted for him, you're really dumb. Don't lie and say you made sense of it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks, it sounds like gibberish. Can't understand Fetterman. Don't lie and say you comprehend it. Can't understand Fetterman. When he speaks, it's worse than Joe Biden. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman. Can't understand Fetterman.
occupied when then SNAP and requirements for works for hungry people, but not about protecting the taxpayers.
Let me don't forget superbeats.com, my friend. We got a promo code.
Bubba.
That's right. You can double your potential of Superbeat Heart Chews and get a free 30-day supply of Superbeat Heart Chews plus 15% off your first order by simply going to getsuperbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
And using my promo code Bubba. That's GET Superbeats, BEETS.com.
Promo code Bubba.
It is the #1 pharmaceutical recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. It's blood support, it's blood pressure support that you can count on. Superbeat Heart Chews, super healthy circulation. Support healthy circulation so that you can not only get blood pressure support, but you can also get productive heart healthy energy without the crash. We're going to be doing some other stuff that they provide, the Human Group, HUMANN. You can go to human.com and see some of their other products that they serve, including or sell the Neuro 40 Chew. They got the Focus, the Super Grapes. They got the is it turmeric? Beet Elite. And all kinds of great products. Again, I think promo code Bubba works across the board. Get superbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Promo code Bubba. Thanks. This is why I want Shaquille O'Neal to be our president. Because when somebody gives him a hard time, you know, just like the way us guys in real life, I'll beat your ass. Or at least threaten. And like, tell me who could beat Shaq's ass?
Nobody.
I mean, when Shaq's 7'2", 450. And if Zelensky from Ukraine or something's not getting his way because he wants 85 F-16s and Shaq says we'll give you 5. And I'll beat your ass. You think Putin would give Shaq a hard time?
Nope.
No. You got everything covered with Shaq. He's African American. He's well educated. He's a successful businessman.
He's huge.
And he's just overpoweringly
Look at him next to the guy next
huge
to him.
human being. So let me set up. I just saw this a few weeks ago. They give Charles Barkley, they got a 1-minute clock. Now, this is post the clock. Prior to what you're going to see, they asked Charles Barkley his opinion about a particular player. And he went on and on and on, and it almost took the entire clock up. And they throw it over to Shaq. Now, Charles Barkley was the first person to chime in. And then, like with about 18, 19, 20 seconds left, they go, Shaq, what do you think? And Shaq goes, I ain't answering it. I'm like, why? Because you give that guy all the time, and then you expect me to come in with 18 seconds left and give you my opinion? It doesn't go 1, 2, 1. It should go 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 of us sitting here. Why is that loudmouth going to take up all the time? So then Charles starts kind of ribbing and being like, oh, Shaq, quit being like Johnny, butthurt Willie.
That's like Dan.
Yeah, well, this is how you might. Well, you're not quite as big as Shaq, but can you imagine if Dan got butthurt and Shaq would tell him this? Because this trumps everything. Like when Jimmy, let's say that, and I know Steve has made Jimmy Cleavis mad, and I don't know that Jimmy Cleavis has ever used this card, but if Steve would make Jimmy Cleavis so mad that Jimmy just say, Steve, shut up or I'm going to beat your ass.
He did it to you over the ears.
He did.
Do it one more time. We're going to go out and wrestle now.
Well, early on my Jimmy Cleavis career.
Right. Now he wouldn't do that.
No. Early on, I start flicking his ears, and he says, I'm telling you, he took me aside in a club. He says, I'm telling you right now, if you get that aggressive with my ears one more time, I don't care where we are, who's around.
Yikes.
I will beat you down to a nub.
Yes, sir.
And I just look at him and be like, Jimmy, buddy. He goes, I'm tired of it. You do it much too hard.
Much too hard.
Much too hard.
Now, if you want to grab my ear because that's your thing, that's great. But do it soft.
Don't
please.
flick it.
And from that point forward, man, I never had to be told again.
Nope.
So I want you to watch this exchange. This is my Biden, DeSantis, Trump. I don't care. This is the guy I want president. This is how I want our country to roll.
Put 9 minutes. You're going to take up 8 minutes repeating your damn self. Mr. Sensitive. No, ain't no Mr. Sensitive. Do it again. I'm telling you right now.
Don't you want to weigh in on this?
No, I don't want to weigh in. No,
don't do it. Don't do it, Shaq.
You know it all. I'm telling you.
Mr. Sensitive.
No, I ain't sensitive. I'm going to knock your ass out.
So Chuck,
he's not joking.
Charles keeps saying, Mr. Sensitive, Mr. Sensitive. Watch Shaq.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Shaq.
You know it all. I'm telling you.
Sensitive.
No, I ain't sensitive. I'm going to knock your ass out.
On national TV.
I'm going to knock your ass out on national TV. Now, if that was our president, I mean, that'd be pretty kick-ass, wouldn't it?
The best.
Inside the NBA is the best thing about the NBA.
Yes. Look at Sally laughing it off because he knows it's true.
Hold on.
His
belly laughing.
I says I'm gonna knock your ass out. I'm telling you right now.
John Teller.
Play him if you want to. Supposed to be 1, 2, 3, not 1, 2, back to 1. With your dumbass. Do it again, Chuck.
Do it. Look at him. Do it again, Chuck.
Look at all the guys.
Do it again. And he's like, do it. And look who the most calm guy in the pocket is. Shaq. Do it again, Chuck.
They're all uncomfortable laughing because they know he means it.
Do it again, Chuck. Watch.
Oh, man. Yo, dude.
I'm telling you, it's going to be some fun.
Hey, so Chuck.
You repeat yourself.
Who's a better high school player?
Kenny, I ain't in the mood.
It's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, not 1, 2 back. I'm not saying no joke. Okay. I'm not saying
He told Kenny.
I'm not in the mood for jokes.
He told Kenny, you want to start chiming in? I'll whip your ass too. Listen.
Jokes, man. That's him, man. That's all him.
It's funny.
Say what?
Do it again.
Kitty, why don't you go ahead and say what you want to say?
I'm going to throw this, I'm going to throw this metal.
And hold on. That's a 30-ounce tumbler. Now, hold on.
That's a deadly weapon in his hands.
Look at how I'm an average man. You know, I'm the average man. I got probably a little bit bigger normal size hands than the average guys of my size. But nonetheless, I'm an average guy, just an average dude. And look at how what a 30-ounce tumbler looks like in my hand, and then look like what it looks like in Shaq's hand.
That's insane.
Yeah. Here we go.
I'm going to throw this metal damn can at your ass.
Oh, man.
It looks like a red Solo cup.
But he's been getting on Shaq all night. That's what it is.
No, Kenny, you started messing with him in the back.
No, I didn't. You started with the whole.
No, you said you started with
the Felipe Lopez.
Do it again.
Said Felipe, you say Shaq, didn't Kenny make you mad earlier tonight? He said Felipe Lopez was a better player than you.
Let a high school player because we watching 30 for 30.
Yeah,
he said that. He's like,
people at home know me that I ain't playing right now. I ain't playing right now.
I mean, that's my president. That's my president.
You only took him a minute, 20 seconds.
Yeah. I love Shaq.
You know when sometimes you're like joking with somebody?
I really started appreciating Shaq after his playing years.
Shaq and Chuck getting into it on that show is the best thing.
It is. But you know how like when
awesome.
people are getting ribbed and it's all cool, and then sometimes you can see like, okay,
yeah,
it's over right now. I mean, that. I don't think he was ready to be joked any longer.
No, he was over it.
He was over it for sure.
Kind of like Steve. You can tell when Steve, like when we start getting on Steve a little bit.
Oh, he flips quick.
And then he kind of gets that pierced lip, kind of like this.
Well, he says something very like that. He said, "Oh, okay, you guys want to go like that?
That's how it
you
goes.
Want to go?
That's how it starts." He goes, "Okay." And then, if you know anything about Diaco protocol, you just when Steve gets a pierced lip and goes, and it's no longer a giggle, it's a okay.
I'm done.
That's when I'm out. That's when I'm hiding behind Jimmy.
Me too. I just start apologizing at that point. Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
Hey, Steve, we cool, buddy? Jimmy, I need your help immediately. Here's Jill Biden. Supposedly, I don't know. What's this about? She
just has like a blender. Nobody claps.
Oh yeah, and didn't she
It's
try
a
to
very
do?
a Jeb Bush
Didn't
moment.
she try to do like kind of like a little joke on her deal, and then nobody puts it over?
Yeah.
And then
It's pretty bad.
And then she puts over the fact that nobody puts it over.
She's not very relatable.
I've visited red states and blue states, and I found that the common values that unite us are deeper than our divisions. And I thought you might clap for that.
Oh my God.
I mean,
that's just thirsty. That's very thirsty.
I mean, but
it's thirsty.
But she did get a pop on the pop bag. She did get a pop on the pop bag.
Please,
aren't you gonna get a pop at like Barb? If you said, "Hey, how about an applause for that?" It'd bring the house down.
And I found that the common values that unite us are deeper than our divisions.
That's not a pop moment. It's
not. Sounds like it's just a pause, like she's going to say something.
But not only that, Anna, that's like that's a truthful statement.
That's what I'm saying. So she thought she'd get a clap for it.
But it's like more of it's more of a statement that you self-reflect upon. You listen to it and you go, "Yeah, maybe."
No, I mean,
maybe so. You don't like clap for it.
Yeah, like I don't think you clap for that statement. I think she's saying something that's very valid, and you soak it in, and you're like, "Yeah, you're right, Jill. We're so deeply divided that it's unhealthy."
I think people were shocked she said a sentence that made sense.
And I thought you might clap for that.
I'll tell you right now. Somebody puts a gun to my head and says you can have the remaining of Joe Biden's presidency by Joe Biden, or you can have the remaining of his presidency by his wife. I take Jill. I think she's far more personable and sharp.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know who's running this country anyway.
It's all the same people. I don't
Skull
think
and Bones runs this country.
They sure do.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Skull,
make much of a
Skull
difference.
and Bones runs this country. The most powerful men that we don't even ever that are not in the forefront of our media. The most power, the Kochs of Colorado.
DeSantis' biggest bundler was one of Obama's bundlers.
And the John Morgans of Orlando. And just those are the people that run our country. Let's get a sharper, better communicator up top. Boy Scout.
If you're looking for that non-offensive broadcast, you're in for a surprise. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I love the sponge.
It's not that kind of love sponge.
I think you got a Venmo on the back.
I can't even talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
So, do you ever watch Megyn Kelly or her primary?
Sometimes.
She is remarkably.
Right, $10. Thank you.
Now that she's no longer
Give the credit on the way back.
She'll drop the F-bomb. She'll call people a bitch bag.
Yeah.
So it's pretty funny. But her observations are interesting. But her guest list is
fantastic.
Oh, I know. She has an extensive.
So she had him on recently. Do you ever listen to Crystal and Cigar, whatever his name is?
Mm-hmm.
They had him on recently, and she did a hatchet job trying to attack him on vaccines, and he blasted her. Did a great job defending her. So there's a lot of really interesting, maybe
Wait, he
15.
defended her or he blasted her?
Well, she said, you're
dating
Crystal
Oh, Crystal.
on the Cigar and Crystal Cigar. And she
Sorry,
said,
Cigar.
you're an anti-vaxxer, and I disagree with you. And she basically didn't have an open mind of any of it. And he said, where was I wrong? I'm totally happy to listen. And she's like, I'm not going to be able to convince you. And he's like, yeah, but where am I wrong? Tell me where I'm wrong, because I can tell you statistical data on all these things and hundreds of. So it was just very.
Oh, was Megyn Kelly
methodical.
involved in that at all, or no? You're just into them too?
No, she had a different interview of him. So she's done a good
You've been on
interview
Rogan
of
a few
him.
times.
Yeah, Rogan's done a good interview of him.
She got
Cigar.
roasted by Candace Owens one time.
Who did?
Crystal. Like
Oh,
it
I
wasn't.
think she's not as open-minded as she says she is, because she used to be on MSNBC. So I think deep down she's a little
How old
less
is
slanted,
she?
which is fine.
No,
I think she's your age.
She's.
I think she's
open.
35. I don't think she's 40.
She's open about being.
She's center left, I would say, but she's probably a little bit more than center left.
Crystal Ball.
Yeah. Which
Her
is
name
hilarious.
is Crystal Ball.
Yes, it's like a joke. I mean, come on. That's
Is
her
it
stage
she's
name.
41.
Now, Crystal Ball coming on. You're on stage next.
She's 41. That's her real name.
Let's see
That's
if it
her
is. Crystal-
fucking name. They named her that. Crystal.
Parents
Marie
Edward
Ball.
Ball and Mary Rosemary Ball.
Really? At least they spelled it with a K.
Yeah.
He's 31.
He's a baby, huh? Wow.
10-year difference.
So anyway, I thought you'd find him interesting just because he says some things that you believe in. He's almost more of a libertarian than he is of a Democrat candidate because he's Democrat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're talking about
Bobby.
Cigar.
No, Bobby. I mean, he's frankly a Democrat. He's a liberal Democrat in the words of his
Is his wife Asian? Yes or no? What do you think? She's white. What is he's Middle Eastern, I'm assuming, or Indian.
I would say he's Mediterranean, whatever that may be. Who does biography?
I did.
Look at Bobby Kennedy and see what it says. 'Cause I'm wondering. I know he's a lawyer, but I wonder what he did. Did he ever? I don't think he's ever had any office.
He's never held an office in the government. Is that what you're saying, Jay?
Yeah. Have you watched any of the stuff I'm talking about, though? He's an interesting guy, isn't he? I just can't believe they won't give a guy with over 20% of.
What do you think?
They won't. Well, of course, because Biden can't talk.
Indian.
I've never had any kind of conversation.
It would be an interesting debate. I mean,
With his voice and Biden.
oh, his voice is so man. You know what that's from? A vaccine.
Yeah.
South Asian
Yes,
heritage.
what's it,
Wherever you are in life, Rasmussen University.
what he has.
Some long fucking. I know what it is.
Telugu, English, and Spanish. Huh. Telugu.
Disorder. Spasmodic dysphonia. Spasmodic dysphonia.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard. The Democrats are deathly afraid of Bobby Kennedy.
He's Indian.
He went on 2 weeks ago and he says that there's overwhelming evidence that the CIA killed John F. Kennedy.
Oh, I know. I remember.
Which was nuts. But I mean, he says he's got all the literature to support it.
Is she?
Yeah, there's some really interesting interviews that I got recently. And I want to see Miriam, whatever her name is, on stage with him again, because she's a trip, man.
Yeah.
And by the way, has anyone noticed that the Republican nomination, the group of them is like the most diverse group ever? You've got Vivek Ramaswamy.
Oh, yeah.
You have Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, And Republicans are. There's who was the other one?
Ronnie D.
Ronnie D.
Gary
Donald
Cantrell.
Trump, and then there's Asa Hutchinson or whatever. But it's a pretty diverse group of people. I think Ramaswamy has no chance, but I like what he says. I think he's an interesting voice.
Try to go 13 next time. I could talk about
God, this hour goes fast. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum,
Maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
this is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
God, this hour flies by, does it not?
It does.
It's good seeing you a few days ago privately, Jay.
Yeah, it's always nice to see you guys.
Is Calvin Klein trying to...
What?
Calvin Klein ad.
Look at that. Calvin Klein wants to go broke.
With trans man wearing bra sparks comparisons to Bud Light. Didn't Target just lose $6 billion in market share
in a week
for their trans-friendly one piece for men that are transitioning?
Did you see Primetime's video of that?
What?
He did a video
No
of
way.
it where he went into the
Anna,
Walmart.
don't.
Oh my God!
Don't encourage
He
that.
went into Target and he put it on, and then he
solid.
did like calisthenics.
We had him on the air.
It was so
But here's
funny.
the deal, man. It seems like for you Bud Lights and for you Calvin Kleins and for you Targets, those are the three latest that have tried to be, I guess, trans inclusive in their advertising. Wouldn't it just be easier to stay out of that fray and just keep your nose to the grind as to the business that you do? If you sell beer, you sell beer. If you're a Target and you sell clothes and vacuum cleaners and whatever, sell those. And if you are Calvin Klein, you sell clothes, boy clothes and girl clothes.
Is that a dude with a beard and
what
a
am I
bra
forgetting?
on?
You're forgetting Adidas, Nike, Gary Cantrell, $10, Brian, Rizzo, $10.
Don't you realize that there's only a very small percentage of Americans that care about this and will support what you're doing, and the other part of America doesn't care, and then there's this part of America that does care to the point of boycotting your company and you losing market share. And I think it would be better just to keep doing the business that's got you to where you're at.
Kind of looks like Fat Drake with bra.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Calvin Klein, you're successful in your own right, in your own lane.
Where's the Marky Mark commercial where he's all shredded up and is like, "This is Calvin Klein"?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Is that the new face of Calvin Klein? That bearded dude with a bra on?
Stop him!
Captain Hawkeye,
Is that really
$20.
the ad? That can't really be
Cash
the ad.
App.
Is that the ad?
Yeah, that's the ad.
That is the ad, and that is the end of the show.
Oh my God!
And don't forget, the swimsuit edition has.
I
but
can't
dude,
see
have you
this
seen the
fast enough.
Adidas one? The bathing suit with the bulge?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord!
We're getting some of those and going to put them on.
You should just get Dan to try them. He probably would.
We're putting Dan in a two-piece. We're putting
teabag.
him in a teabag two-piece.
Dan to do the tuck-friendly one.
And me and Lummy are wearing one piece. Andre the Giant looking singlet. We're actually getting the same ones that Alex Stein wore.
That's what he looked like,
Right.
Andre the Giant, Bubba.
We're gonna put Anna in a man bathing suit.
But they had one that fit him. That's the irony. He didn't have to go make one. He went in and they had one that
They
fit.
make 3 and 4X.
Alex Stein.
They make 3 and 4X.
Oh my Lord.
Anna
It
Hummel,
didn't tuck very well.
you're next.
Yep.
You ready?
I'm ready.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Do that during Anna's show as well if you like her. Lummy, what do you got going on?
Captain Hawkeye, $20 in the Cash App. Very busy weekend.
It's a
lot of things
Memorial
in the
Day. Happy
locker.
Memorial Day, everybody.
Yeah, barbecue and pool,
Hot dogs
soccer.
and
Don't forget what it's really about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about really it's about memorializing the men and women that died for our country,
That's right.
that we wouldn't be here today. And often we forget about that. We really do. But let's try not to.
Give someone a handshake, give someone a hug, someone that served for you, say a prayer for those that have fallen. I mean, we live in a great country because of those people that are willing to sacrifice themselves for us. And we don't really ever say enough about that.
Every day should be Memorial Day.
We should have a Memorial Month instead of like any other month we get. We get a Memorial Day.
We should put Shaq in charge.
Shaq and Barkley, 2024.
We'll see you guys on Tuesday.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.